Get ready to start jumping up and down like idiots.
Greetings, brohams! What the dealio?
It's Madamus of the Back Library, streaming throughout every week, now with brand new time slots. Special enhanced time. Sparkle. Retro and modern game stream. Watch him fail. Yapping stream. He'll call you pretty. Cozy reading stream. Because he loves you. Bonus afternoon delight streams.
Gonna find my baby, gonna hold her tight.
New schedule posted weekly on X and YouTube. Go read it. All times scheduled in Eastern Standard Time. God's favorite time zone. Always streaming horizontal, never vertical. Just the way you like it. Follow, subscribe, like, watch, do the thing, have the fun.
You don't think anyone will misinterpret this ad, do you?
Madamus of the Back Library.
Greetings, brohams! What the dealio? Welcome to the Back Library. I am Madamus, former Cosmic Defender turned Archive Curator. Welcome in, Omegs. Welcome in, Luciano. Anyone else who's currently watching, welcome in. If you are lurking, welcome in. If you're VOD watching, thank you for VOD watching. Please consider a like and a subscribe and a comment on the VOD. Helps with the algorithm, etc. and so forth. Okay. So tonight is our yapping session, exploring the Back Library, and we're in the DVD section now. But before I go into that, I had a long conversation last night with Grok. Now, if you haven't met Grok, Grok is Uncle Elon's little AI baby. I don't know what, I mean, he's got like, what, 47 kids. But greetings, Nikki Johnson. Welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, so it's his little AI baby. He's got a lot of kids, but he's got this is it, and I guess this is Grok 2, and there's a third one on the way or something. So he's got all the real kids, Uncle Elon, and he's got the little AI kids, which who knows if they'll become Skynet, but it doesn't matter. Grok and I had a long conversation, and we were talking about increasing live viewership and things with my schedule, and Grok was going over, you know, it's almost like I've got a manager that I'm not really paying for. It's nice. And I just hope it doesn't steer me wrong. But Grok was going over my schedule, and the over-under was, bro, you're hurting yourself with the algorithm by streaming 7 days a week. And it all boiled down to, by streaming every 7 days a week, everyone knows you're always going to be there. And because everyone knows you're always going to be there, no one needs to watch you because they think you're always going to be on. So what's the point of being on, or something or other? So I am going to be retooling my schedule. Grok and I went over some things, and it's going to be gradual. It's going to start next week with just 1 day changing, but the eventual look of the schedule, that is true to some extent. Yeah, and it was something I sort of thought about it last night, and that's why the conversation happened. Because I started thinking about last night that, you know, maybe because I was originally, too much content is bad, too little content is bad. Yeah, and I think it would be different if I was just publishing videos. If it was just videos I was publishing, it would probably work a little different, because I mean, if there's just videos, that's always there, but live streams, yeah. So at the end of it, we're going to have a schedule that is most likely going to, at least in the beginning, be 4 days a week. It's going to be Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. And the times most likely at this point are going to be Monday at 7 p.m. Eastern, Wednesday and Friday at 8 p.m. Eastern, and that was Grok's suggestion, and Saturday at 4 p.m. Eastern. Again, Grok's suggestion when he was going over the times and the analytics of YouTube of when people are typically watching VTubers and what would be a good time where I would be in the prime time, but also not having to work or worry quite as much about super competition. And so my thought is I'm probably going to go with that and stick in the odd gorilla or whatever whenever I need to. That just sounded odd. That sounded really, really, really weird when I said it out loud. Doing an odd gorilla stream when I can. And also, that's going to give me some more time to focus on, like some streamers say, rather than streams 8 hours a day to one viewer, take some of the hours into making other content. Yes. And that was what I was going to come to next. I don't know that I'm necessarily good at producing short form VODs. I mean, not VODs, but videos. But I'm going to start trying to edit more highlights. I've done that for a while with a couple shorts here and there. Let me be honest. I mean, you're the master of editing and shorts, so Megs. I suck at it, but I'm going to start putting more effort into it. So the days that I'm not streaming, except for those days, obviously, when I have to do IRL work, I'm going to be working on at least cutting some highlight stuff together and cutting a new ad together, because with the gradual schedule changes, I'm going to need another ad. I don't know if I can blow up another kitten, but I will come up with something. And in a way, I'm thinking that's appropriate, because then it'll be the trilogy of the ads. The question is, can we stick the landing unlike Return of the Jedi? Man, if I could blow up some Ewoks, that would be something. Wow, distracted myself with that thought. So yeah, coming weeks, we're gonna start. Hey, I thought we saved the kitten. Yes, the kitten. That for legal purposes, the kitten is alive. For legal purposes, the kitten is alive. PETA, you don't have to worry about that. I say that, and here's, you know, or was the kitten the Cantos? Oh boy, that poor capybara. I felt so bad for that capybara. I mean, it was pixelated capybara, but still, yeah. So in any case, I'm going to start trying to come up with a new ad. I'm going to do but because I was advertising 7 days a week, I want the schedule changes to come gradually. So we're going to start by just doing away with the Sunday stream, because that's the most difficult from me. And we're just going to gradually just change it week after week until I'm where I'd said. I will say that once you start editing, know that passion projects can perform really poorly. It just happens. Oh, you're preaching to the choir on that. Not necessarily for this, but you're preaching to the choir for that. Just happens that it's good opportunity to reinvent your ideas. Gotcha. Yeah, I preach it to the choir on passion projects. Because one of the things I used to, for like fan community stuff, a gray market, I used to, a few years ago, without giving away my age because I'm not a boomer, I used to produce custom-made DVDs for things that weren't available commercially, which I would distribute on these sort of gray web torrent websites. And it was always the ones that I had the most passion for and poured the most effort into that never really, you know, only a couple downloads here and there. So what can you do? So yeah, I get that. Not with something, I mean, that is career oriented, because this potentially, yeah. But yeah, whatever. But thanks, Omegs. I appreciate it. I know that's. I try not to let that type of stuff get under my skin, because even when I look at, even streaming wise, I've said, oh wow, Matt was a pirate of the 7 Seas. I considered it not piracy, because at least they were things that weren't commercially available, and they were restoration projects or weren't properly available, and I always had little things on them, little copyright. Not that it would matter to someone like Disney. They'd still haul me into court and lock me up, throw away the key. But it was always something I had the little warning of, please make sure you own a legal copy of this before you download it, as if anyone's ever going to do that, but whatever. But yeah, as far as passion projects, I get it even with streaming, because some of the streams which I've done, there have been certain things I've done so far that I thought, I shouldn't say expected, I thought, it's legal in my mind, yeah. There were things I thought were going to explode, and they clearly didn't. I mean, not explode. Explode's the wrong. I'm using the wrong words, because it sounds like I'm full of myself and I just am expecting everything to take off and, you know, instant success. No, but there were a few things that I thought would generate a little more than they did. I obviously thought the cozy reading stream was going to go over better than it did. And I'm not abandoning that. I'm probably going to go back to that with another book at some point. I'm just going to space them out. And I thought because I ran a promotion for that, and that promotion generated a bunch of subscribers, but that didn't turn into live viewership. The 12 streams of Christmas Eve promotion, again, generated a lot of subscribers, didn't translate into views. Even my, I guess it was 2K special, which even with the Atari thing, thought that would, because a lot of times you'll see subscriber special milestone specials on YouTube do pretty well. Thought that would generate views, and it was, I mean, everyone who was here, I'm thankful for. You mean the world to me. I really mean that, and I appreciate all the love that you've all shown me over these few months. It's incredible. But yeah, certain things I thought would generate a little more buzz than they did, and that's on me. But yeah, so I'm retooling the schedule. We'll see where it goes, and if the results are still the same, well, at least I can say the results are still the same, and I'm getting to sleep a little more, for lack of a better way to put it. But yeah, so over under, schedule is changing. You can expect more videos from me in terms of shorts and highlight things, maybe some other stuff as time goes on and I come up with some other ideas for short form videos. And along those same lines, I'm going to say something right now as we go into this. I'm not sure, and boy, Mari's going to kill me for this one. Our good friend Haunted Mari, who streams on Twitch, is going to kill me for this one. I'm not sure how much mileage I've got left in Lobotomy Corporation. I don't know what it is. You know, some games click with some people, some games don't, and Lobotomy Corporation has gotten me some viewership. It's been interesting, but it's just reaching a point of no, it's not a rage quit. It's more I hate putting it this way because this sounds so wrong. It's starting to just at times feel tedious and boring, and I don't mean it that way. It's only bringing in people who want to see the one game. Yeah. Now, I say that, but it has brought in, I know a couple people who have, I know at least one person, I shouldn't say a couple, I know at least one person who's has tuned into some of my other streams. And so that, you know, I appreciate, and I think there's a couple others who have seen in other streams as well. But, you know, I think a lot of this came, and I don't like to vent. I am going to mention a lot of this sort of rethinking even last night with Grok, and it had been on my mind. But it came with a comment that was made on a stream last night by one of the people coming in, and someone who's been in other streams, and I appreciate him, without naming names. But the comment was made that they were hanging around in my stream until some other chatters showed up, that they were basically that they were trying to fill the void. And I made some comments during that about, you know, hey, no, you don't need to feel obligated to do that. But that just made me feel like, you know, damn, what was a small, that, I mean, that was a I don't want to say a blow to the ego, but it was one of those things where it was just like, there are people, there sure are people who would do that, and I appreciate the thought behind it. Okay, I appreciate the nicety behind it of, hey, I'm here trying to help out, and you, for all I know, you may think that makes, because you're here always for me, and I appreciate you being here. But hearing it out loud, it was one of those things that was just like, oof. Is this where at the point am I just am I running on fumes? Is that what this is at this point? Is it something where I don't know how to put it, but yeah. So I'm glad it happened, because it led to me having that conversation with Grok, where I mentioned flat out to Grok, hey, am I ruining myself by overdoing this? And yeah. So yeah. Boy, we're starting this off on a somber note, aren't we? Woo! Hype train. Yeah. But that said, I don't want any of this that I'm saying right now to indicate that I'm down, or that I'm feeling negative, or that I'm feeling because I know a lot of people give up streaming after a few months. I know some people, they try it, and if they don't, there are so many people, there are a lot who try it, and if they don't hit their stride, it's a productive discussion. Yeah. It led to that. That comment led to that. Well, thank you. Yeah. It's and I don't want anyone to think that I'm hanging it up, because I don't plan on hanging it up. It's going to take, in order for me to hang it up, not knowing what content you want to focus is always the real question. Yeah. And I kind of know, the thing is, I know what I want my focus to be. And, outside of a few games like Lobotomy Corporation, I've tried to avoid doing the I'm gonna stream X because X is really popular with algorithm Y right now. I've tried to avoid. I've said I want to do Fortnite to try it out, and I do, and that is true. But I don't ever want to be that person who I'm playing Fortnite because YouTube is filled with Fortnite streams. I'm playing Marvel Rivals because YouTube is filled with Marvel Rivals. I want to play these things because I think I'm going to enjoy them. Because if I'm not enjoying a stream, it's going to show. And I think there are a few streams of mine where it has shown that I was forcing it. And I don't want that. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm not doing this just, obviously I'm streaming not just for myself, but it is for an audience, and you gotta give the audience what they want. But I also don't want it to ever come to a point where I'm just giving the audience what I want, and I hate myself. I want more rage quit for the cock, I guess. See, well, the truth is, I don't mind a good rage game. Until I started, I was enjoying You Have to Win the Game. My biggest problem with You Have to Win the Game was when I started feeling like I was spinning my wheels, and it was the fact that I was really tired. It was one of those days where I was operating on all of last week. Pretty much all of last week, I was operating on like 3 hours of sleep per night. I think there was 1 8-hour night mixed in there, but last week was a disaster for me. And and it wasn't because of streaming, it was because of other things that were going on IRL. So it wasn't a case where I was burning the candle at both ends. It was just one single end that was burning the hell out of me. So I do want to keep, I like a good fun emphasis on fun rage game, because I think sometimes, I mean, the fun is in the losing. Lone Ranger was fun to me. I mean, we finally completed it, but Lone Ranger, I was having fun with that. Even when it was making me want to chuck something across the room, I was having a blast. And I hope that that showed in those streams, because I felt good about that. And I felt good with Batman also. And in fact, Batman, I'm still amazed that I beat Lone Ranger. Goonwin was awesome. Lone Ranger was good, and that Batman, I never expected. And I've got to thank you for a lot of that, Omegs, for putting me onto that source to look up the online walkthrough and stuff to figure out the little tricks for some of these older games, because because I can tell you, Batman, when I said this during the stream, Batman, it was rare that I was even able to beat that second level. When I originally played that thing, getting past the sort of machine thing before I got into the sewers with the jumping guys, that was always such a chore for me. And I want to do more of those things. Once I heard the walkthrough you used was Kaka, I knew I had to share good. Yeah, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I was using a written one on GameFAQs, which I don't know. GameFAQs, I guess GameFAQs it's better for things like point and clicks and maybe walkthroughs with RPGs. But when it comes to action platformer, potential ragey NES hard games, that's a different beast. Yeah, so thank you for that, Omegs. And speaking of which, I'm gonna say right now, next week I'm going to the next one. I'm doing Batman Return of the Joker on NES, there were 3 Batman games on NES. There was Batman Return of the Joker, and Batman Returns. Returns was a Konami game, a brawler, but Batman Return of the Joker is essentially the sequel to the Batman movie game, which is pretty funny since we threw him off the top of a tower. Joker splattered on the ground. He doesn't return from that. Okay. So yeah, I don't know. So, but going back to Lobotomy Corporation, I'm saying right now, I'm not immediately abandoning it, but I think I'm going to wind it down. Some games are for me, some games aren't. And that's a game which I appreciate it, and I appreciate the detail, but Murder on the Batman Express, no kidding. Wow, I did not expect. I didn't. I knew. I mean, it wasn't accurate to the movie, but I didn't know they were going to completely change the ending to "You killed my parents, bye, Felicia." Holy crap. Yeah, but Lobotomy Corporation, just to say about that, and I'll say all this when I do wind it down eventually, because I'm not going to just abandon it outright. I appreciate the detail that's in it, but to me, some games, I just don't do well with things that there's too much going on for me. There's too much going on for me. There's too many little things I'm supposed to be paying attention to with that, and I want a good manager. I wouldn't mind a management simulator that was, I don't know, maybe a bit more lighthearted also, and because that one's starting to get really dark and dragging me down too. One I'll mention right now, and this goes into like the Sim City genre. Well, no, I'll mention 2 right now that I want to play. I want to play on stream. LobCourt is too complicated for my taste. I wouldn't touch it. Yeah, and the truth is, Omegs, I'm gonna level with you right now. The only reason I did, and I don't regret it at all. I do not regret it one moment. I don't regret ever playing it, and I don't regret buying it. The reason I did it was for our friend, and I keep using that phrase, our good friend Haunted Mari, because she loves it so much, and she wanted me to try it, and she wanted to share that, and I'm glad she did, and I'm glad I played it, because I think if I never would have touched it myself, just watching her streams, if I would have kept, oh yeah, I'll play it someday, I think I would have always regretted it. So I'm glad I played Lobotomy Corporation. And by the way, anyone who's joined for talking about DVDs, don't worry, Yappimus is going to talk about the DVDs soon enough. Wow, 30 minutes in. But yeah, I'm glad I played Lobotomy Corporation. I'm gonna do another stream or 2 of it and wind it down, unless something for it just really clicks and I suddenly say, oh wow, I get it now and I love this. But yeah, as far as management stuff, I'll tell you right now, there are 2 games, and they're older games, that I really do want to play, and one of which I've played before, and I never went all the way to the end. Nah, you want to, I want your small brain to suffer. Well, it's going to. I can't see that it's magically going to change. Oh, Megs. The 2 I want to do, one of which I played before, and I regret never playing all the way through, and now I feel this streaming is an opportunity, is called Theme Hospital, which I think is freaking amazing. And the other one I'm going to have to research on. I'm going to have to research a little bit more on, because I played it, but I sucked at it, and I always wanted to love it. It's kind of like SimCity, and it was called Afterlife, and it was from LucasArts. And it was building the heaven and hell of an alien world. So it was like SimCity, but building heaven and hell. And I'd like to take, as far as management sims, I'd like to take a look at both of the Afterlife. I want to research a little bit more first, because it might be too convoluted. But Theme Hospital, I know for a fact it is not overly convoluted, and I can handle it. I can handle it, and I will have fun with it, because I had fun with it on my own years ago, so that won't have changed. But yeah, we're gonna keep. We'll do a couple more Lobotomy Corporation streams. We'll wind that down. We're going to gradually wind down the. We're gonna wind down the schedule. I'm gonna try to come up with some new stuff, and I'm going to occasionally insert the Gorilla streams, and I'm gonna do some more karaoke's coming up. Even though. And that was another one. I'll be honest with you, I kind of thought, because karaoke streams usually draw in another crowd, I kind of thought, even though my singing sucks, that I kind of thought I'd be getting a few more eyeballs with the Valentine's karaoke than I did. But it didn't happen, and that's okay, and I'm not going to stop. I'm going to still do some more of those, and I want to do another. And with the next time I do one, I'm probably going to pick an afternoon time, just for the hell of it. One last thing. Oh, and I know I mentioned this on a stream before. One thing I do want to do at some point is get a hand cam. I want to do a tarot card stream, but not the traditional tarot card stream. I've got a copy, and it was brand new. I opened the thing just a few months ago. Finally pulled the trigger on that. I've got something on NES called Taboo, the Sixth Sense, and it's an 8-bit tarot card reading simulator thing, but it's got a huge like placemat you're supposed to lay out and everything. So I guess it's a combination physical and digital. I kind of want to try that, even though I'm not into tarot cards. I also find sometimes when a few streamers have done the tarot card things, tell me my fortune, I found that interesting. And I mean, not interesting, but interesting. Well, I guess it's still interesting. Fun, as long as as long as you're not taking it too seriously, especially in this case, if it's coming from an NES. An NES is not going to be able to tell your fortune accurately. So let's go ahead and get into the browsing room, shall we? Let's move on with what this stream is supposed to be before YouTube decides you're not talking about the DVDs. Oh wow, Matt gonna tell me how I can marry him. Oh dear. We'll just leave it up to the game to decide that. If it says something, I don't know. Holy crap. I'm gonna, browsing time. No, but I do think that could be, I do think that could translate well to a stream. The truth is, how I came about that is I just totally randomly, it was at a time this was almost like 5 or 6 years ago. It was when the hype of when NES games were starting to get overpriced, and someone online had this thing listed brand new cheap and no one else bid on it. So I just it's totally going to say it. I have faith in the game. Well, it's one of those things I came across, and then the truth was I was almost like a scalper. I was sitting on it thinking, well, I'll just resell this someday because I don't actually want to play it. And now I've got a reason to play it. So I opened that bad boy up and found out it's got all these different like posters and stuff you're supposed to lay out, not just the cartridge you pop in and let it go. And I read a lot of reviews which were negative, and they were wondering how the heck it got Nintendo's seal of quality. Speaking of which, that's an interesting conversation we're going to have sometime. I was reading up on Nintendo's seal of quality and how I knew they limited companies in the US originally on NES. I didn't know how much they limited them. Apparently when the NES first started, I want to say third parties were only allowed to release 5 games a year, because Nintendo was so afraid after the Atari video game collapse. They were so afraid of flooding the market with shovelware. Unlike what they did with the Wii, once upon a time, they were afraid of flooding the market with shovelware, so they wouldn't let companies like Konami. Konami had all these big hits from Japan that they wanted to release, and Nintendo just said no, which is why Konami then created a second company, Ultra Games, so at least they could do 10 a year. And that's also the reason that Atari started. Oh boy, now I'm going on a tangent. I don't care. That's also the reason that Atari started releasing unlicensed games under the Tengen brand, was because Atari came into Nintendo and was like, hey, we're don't you know who we are? We're Atari. Look at this stack of games we want to release. And Nintendo said, that's nice, you can do 5. And so Atari stole just copied the lockout. It didn't even bother trying to hack it. They just literally copied the lockout chip and started releasing stuff under their own brand. And that was Tengen. I don't blame them. The truth is, I don't blame Atari one bit. Okay, so before we go to the DVDs, there are 2 editions with, for those of you just joining us, yes, this is a DVD chatting stream. Yes, I'm going to yap about movies again. First, we're going to talk about some Blu-rays. 2 new additions to the collection. They're unlimited editions. Yeah, I know. Only 2 this time. These were pre-orders from Crunchyroll, which just shipped earlier this week. I think they're supposed to show up tomorrow, but I went ahead and added them to the library. The first is another Metal Heroes, and this one is Special Rescue Police Winspector. And so this one's pretty much along the lines of your Beetleborgs, which I want to say they have. I want to say Discotech has licensed the original, whatever the name of it was, the original series behind Big Bad Beetleborgs. But this is one of them too. This is their Metal Heroes when you had a team of 3. This is, again, this is one of their discs that they do a standard definition on Blu-ray. So it's 49 episodes on one single disc. And you hear that, and I've said this before with their SDBD discs. You hear something like 50 episodes on disc, and your first reaction, if you're me, is, ooh, this isn't going to look good. It's going to look over-compressed. This is going to be like some of those cheapy public domain things you'd get on DVD where it was nothing but block noise and crap. No. Discotech, their standard definition Blu-rays, in my opinion, half the time you could pass for high definition because they upscale so well. The compression on them is beautiful. They did this with Juspion, Mega Beast Investigator Juspion, which is out of print now and expensive. So yeah, and I love that. I love that. I love it. I love it. I wish, and I've said this before, I'm going to repeat it again. I wish so many of these studios, like Paramount, when it comes to things that are standard definition, that were originally broadcast in standard definition, put it on use Blu-ray as a storage format instead of treating it as if it has to be high definition, because you could put Star Trek Deep Space Nine, probably a single season, on 1 or 2 discs. Well, no, yeah, actually, I'm thinking with this 24, 48, you could probably put if you were doing no special features, you could put a single season of Deep Space Nine on 1 disc, and it would look the quality of the original broadcast. Discs sure hold a ton. And it has to do with the compression too, because I've looked at it. I've looked at their numbers, and they whereas a normal Blu-ray, a Blu-ray disc, oh gosh, how much does it hold? Like 50, a double-layered Blu-ray, I want to say it's like 50 gigabytes. So, a lot of it comes down to good compression. 50 gigabytes on 1 disc is 50 GB. That's it on 1 disc. That's really not a Blu-ray. A single layered Blu-ray is that. I want to say the 4K discs. 4K discs are up to 3 layers. So a triple layer 4K disc holds, I think, around 75 gigabytes, somewhere around that number. But that also brings up my problem with 4K discs. Perfect time to talk about it. Because you got these triple layers, they are much more susceptible to, not susceptible to scratches, no more than Blu-ray, but they are more, a scratch on a 4K disc is more likely to cause playback problems than a Blu-ray. No wonder they were so expensive, because back in the day, a little USB for about 16 gigabytes was expensive. Yeah, and DVDs, the size of a DVD, a double-layer DVD disc, not double-sided, double layer, which is a standard. They called it a DVD 9, and they call it DVD 9 practically for that reason. It was 9 gigabytes. So a DVD disc, single-sided double layer, was up to 9 gigabytes per disc. Which is also a reason why, and a lot of people I'm not even super familiar with it. People talk about the competing formats of Blu-ray versus HD DVD. Now, HD DVD was not DVD. It just used a red laser, so it was closer to a DVD than a Blu-ray is. I mean, they're all close, but there were less differences. There was a third high definition format, which I think was only pushed in India. I don't know the name of it, but it was using regular DVD discs for high definition content. And you think, oh, well, that wouldn't be any good. Well, if you look at a lot of the stuff that people download from, say, torrents, or you look at a lot of the stuff that's streaming, most of the stuff that's streaming only come out to 9 gigabytes or maybe 18 gigabytes, depending on the size of the movie. For example, you can download, and this is not me promoting piracy or anything like that, but you go online and you find, with good compression, you can download a high definition movie that is, say, 2, 3, 4 gigabytes for a 2-hour movie. So the idea India had with that format of putting high definition movies just on standard DVD discs to save money was valid. It wouldn't be as good of quality because it would be much more compressed, but it wasn't a bad idea for a cheap high definition option. Almost like the equivalent of, let's say, a VHS versus a Laserdisc. Yeah. So yeah, Blu-rays, 50 gigabytes. The compression on these episodes is usually like, I want to say they're only from, at least with Just Beyond, I want to say they were only like 2-3 megabytes per second at 30 minutes apiece, and they looked fantastic. Okay, the other recent addition is not in the S's. but it is... Oh, I'm just gonna have to type it in. Okay. Yeah, okay, that's where it is. It's under P. Okay, so the other recent addition, I don't know much about, but it is... Oh, there. It is Photon, The Idiot Adventures. As far as I know, Photon, the Idiot, and this is the only reason I was interested in it. I don't know much about it. Photon, the Idiot Adventures is in the Tenchi Muyo family. It is one of the Tenchi spin-offs. There are a few Tenchi spin-offs. There's one called Duel. This one, I think, sort of falls into the category, from what I read, of Tenchi Galaxy Police Transport, GXP, or GP, whatever it was. And I can't remember the name of the other Tenchi. I'm gonna have to look it up. It's under T. It's one that is on Blu-ray. Continue with that. War on Geminar. I want to say it ties into War on Geminar. I'm not sure. But point being, it's a Tenchi. And more Tenchi is always good. It's not Tenchi, but it's Tenchi. Best harem comedy ever. Oh, no, I can't say it's the best harem comedy ever. There's other harem comedies that were probably better. But those are the only two additions I've made recently to the Blu-rays. Let's find the DVDs and figure out where we were. I don't remember what page I was on. I really don't. I think it was page 4. Yeah, page 4. Because we finished last time with Donald in Math Magic Land, which, if you don't know what Donald in Math Magic Land is, it is it's an educational film Disney made. I want to say it won some awards. You may have seen it even in schools, because I think they still use it to this day. I think I saw it when I was a little madamus, but then now this edition right here, it says it's a Disney, that's got the little star. It was a Disney, a movie club exclusive. I got it as a freebie using Disney reward points. Eventually, they released it onto store shelves. So it didn't stay exclusive, which goes for another one I'm going to have Disney that's also under the D's once we get to it. And go ahead and make your D's nuts jokes. As we consider continue the D's. Why is this under D? Oh, it's under D for double feature. That's retarded. Hydration break real quick. And if you're just joining us, or you're lurking, or you're VOD watching, just yapping. Treat it as an ASMR, except I'm loud and not whispering to you. And not making kissing sounds or banging crystals or whatever the ASMRs. Speaking of which, okay, and there's another thing with the YouTube algorithm. I listen to, there's like one single channel. I don't go for any of this Reiki stuff or any of this spiritualism stuff at all. I've made it pretty clear. I'm my Twitter profile makes it clear that I'm a Christian. I'm not into a lot of that. I think I look at a lot of it, find it's interesting. There's one channel I listen to that is one of these ASMR help you sleep, and it I guess some of the videos go into like the playing with crystals, the Reiki things. I look up this one channel and suddenly my homepage is just flooded with nothing but ASMR and Reiki videos. Yet I will look up tons of VTubers and hardly get won't get many recommendations at all for VTubers. So, YouTube wants to shove as much Reiki and ASMR as they can down my throat. But VTubers, it's like, what's that? I don't get it. I don't understand your algorithm, YouTube. I love you, but I don't get it. Okay. Moving on. Okay. Doris Day and Rock Hudson collection. This is on Blu-ray too. There is a Blu-ray of this same set now. It's a 3-movie set. I forget what's in it. Why do I like this? I don't know. It's Doris Day and Rock Hudson. These are movies from the 60s, I'm pretty sure. 59 through 64, we'll call that the 60s. They're just classic old school rom-coms. They did 3 of these rom-coms together, which are unrelated, except that they're Doris Day and Rock Hudson. There's really not much to say about them, except if you want... rom-coms, I don't love them or leave them. There's some I like, there's some I don't. It's sort of like musicals. I like a lot of musicals, but that doesn't mean I like all musicals. I like a few rom-coms, and there's something about some of these 60s era rom-coms that's just special. Maybe it's because everything feels more stylish. I don't know how to put this. Everything feels more stylish and clean and not sex obsessed. And so it just feels more cute and more relaxing, more cathartic. So yeah, that's a fun little set. If you've never seen it, lazy afternoon type things. Double feature. Okay, this is under D for double feature, which is stupid. Okay, so this is Gamera versus Monster X and Monster from a Prehistoric Planet. I have the Gameras on Blu-ray. I have the box sets of all of them, and Monster from a Prehistoric Planet I have also on Blu-ray under a different title. So Monster from a Prehistoric Planet is also known as Gappa the Triphibian Monsters, which I'm gonna be honest, I kind of think it's boring. It's another one of let's make a movie like Godzilla, and it's very Godzilla-like. I didn't care for it. As for this set, this picture you're seeing, this set doesn't look anything like this. I've got 3 of these double features, which each feature one Gamera movie. They were from a company called Retro Media, which is still around, but I think they do stuff on recordable discs now more than anything. I could be wrong on that. Back when Gamera was kind of public domain, some of them, and kind of not, and some of them were tied up in rights hell. Retro Media released a lot of these, what they called special editions. So they are all of these releases, and when we get to the others, which I think are under G for Gamera, one of them which this one should have been, and the other one I think is under R for like return, because they use the AIP titles. These are all sourced from the American International Pictures television masters. So they're cropped to 4:3. They're from 16mm masters. They're edited because they were designed for television. They're all dubbed. And there's just something about them in that format where they've got like a grindhouse, old school TV type of thing you would see late night on a UHF channel vibe to them. And that's why I keep them. So even though these are out on Blu-ray in much miles better quality, miles better quality, it just, there's a warmth to it. I don't know. At the time I picked this up, you couldn't get the Gameras on Blu-ray. So I don't know if I'll revisit them, but I like to believe that someday I'm going to get in a mood to just plop myself down on a couch while it's raining outside and watch these older versions. Yeah. Dr. No, this goes the same with, we mentioned a Bond movie before. I forget what Bond movie we came to last time. Dr. No, through the Sean Connery era through the Pierce Brosnan era, had some really cool special editions on DVD. As far as I know, all the special features are on the Blu-rays. But these old DVDs, and I'll mention it probably with each one we come to, but not as in-depth, they've got a really incredible menu system. The menu system on these DVDs, the special edition, not the ultimate editions from years later, but the special edition DVDs that were put out, have a menu system to them that is so cool. It's a special feature in itself. It's like it's pretending to be a computer database that you're accessing, and it just works. In fact, I want to say some players even had problems with them. In fact, I might have had a player at some point that struggled with them because they were complex menus, but they're good. They're a feature in themselves. If you ever get a chance, if you're ever in I'm not going to tell you run out and buy one expensive, but if you're ever in a Goodwill and you see one of these MGM Bond movies from the earlier eras that have the 007 special edition at the bottom, the special 007 edition at the bottom, well, there you go, brand new. You could get Dr. No brand new for $4.99. If you can find one for a couple bucks, pick it up and check it out, because I think you'll find the menu system really interesting. Not necessarily Tomorrow Never Dies. Tomorrow Never Dies was the first one they did with the fancy menu, and excuse me, it was more of a work in progress. Doctor Strange. Okay. This is not the Disney Marvel Doctor Strange, but it is the Marvel Doctor Strange. So in 1978, there was a made-for-TV movie of Doctor Strange. And it was a pilot for a TV series of Doctor Strange. And obviously, it didn't make it past a pilot. But it's too bad, because unlike the Captain America, so put this into the same category as last week when we were here, we talked about the Captain America made-for-TV movies. And they are just kind of boring. This is not boring. The Doctor Strange made-for-TV movie has this really bizarre soundtrack. Okay, which is really good. In fact, 1978, it feels... Gosh, it predates Star Trek the Motion Picture, but there are parts of it uses, like, I think an instrument that was called a blaster, which Jerry Goldsmith used for Star Trek the Motion Picture. It uses something like that, and it's got a great vibe. The movie is good. This is a fun movie. Me personally, I like it better than the Disney Marvel one, but I'm just that way. So if you like the Disney Marvel one, you're probably not going to like this as well, but I think it's something that if you watch it, you're going to maybe think, oh, it's not as good, but then put it in the context of 1978, put it in the context of what we could have had, and I think you'll agree, this would have made a friggin' awesome TV series. If this would have lasted for a TV series, this would have been a very, very, very cool TV series. As for this DVD, it's released by Shout Factory. It looks good. I think it's cheap. Well, you could get it for $11.99. I know you could get less than that at times. It is on Blu-ray, but it was Blu-ray limited edition exclusive to Shout Factory's website. I don't know if they even still have it. You know what? Let's find out. Let's find out. Shoutfactory.com. I've ordered from Shout Factory a few times. Oh, okay. What was that? Wait, hold on. Reject. What was that? Stop it. No more. Stop doing that. Okay, Love is in the Scare. Y2 Slay sale ends February 24th. What's today? The 19th. Oh, okay. They got a sale going on. Shout Factory sales are, I hate to say it, more miss than hit. But they're more miss than hit. But sometimes when they're hit, they're good. Oh my gosh. Okay, I gotta open this up and see how much is it. It's gonna be too much for me. The site loves to mess with you. No kidding. And well, it's probably because I'm not logged in here. I'm not gonna log in because I think it's a different username. I gotta see, how much is this? It's over. Oh, $80. Wow. Oh. You got the action figure, Night of the Creeps. I talked about this before with, I've got the Blu-ray. Night of the Creeps is an awesome movie. If you have never seen Night of the Creeps, it is a fun, a zombie movie, but it's not a typical zombie movie. Yeah, the figure, gosh, I can't think of the name of the character and the name of the actor. Why can't I think of the name of the actor? Oh, it's killing me. Tom Atkins. Okay, so it's a Tom Atkins figure. I want the Tom Atkins figure, but I don't want to pay $80. I don't want to pay $80, but I'm so tempted to do this. Authorized by actor Tom Atkins, limited to 4,000 units. Oh, you are tempting. No, stop. Oh, okay. I do want to see. Oh, well, now that's unfortunate. Okay, now that's unfortunate. Okay, we will feed your bad habits. No, don't wait for monetization before you do it. I'm gonna be honest, there's something that's turning me off about this. They are all director's cut. They're all director's cut. Now the Blu-ray I've got has both the theatrical and the director's cut. So this new 4K edition is director's cut only. Now, don't get me wrong, I like the director's cut better. But I think that's a shame that even the special features Blu-ray, all it's got is the ending from the theatrical cut. It doesn't have the actual theatrical cut. That's unfortunate. I'm mixed on that. I'll have to wait. I'm very mixed on that. Losing features is never a good sign. I know it happens sometimes with alternate versions. It's just surprising to me that I don't expect it really with Shout Factory. I expect it with a company like Lionsgate or Disney or Paramount or whatever. Yeah. And I really don't see why they couldn't have included the theatrical cut as a special feature on the bonus Blu-ray, the special features disc. Or really, in fact, I'm gonna go back. Another thing I can't see, what I can't undersee. So the version that I've got now, which I could I'll pull it up real quick, so that I could see the specs. Yeah. The version I've got now, the collector's edition, which the visual quality is good. I just wish it would have been a little better. Yeah, it had the theatrical cut on disc 1 and the director's cut on disc 2. I don't see why they couldn't have even just... If they weren't going to do a new transfer, they still could have taken this disc right here, and they could have taken that disc right there and put it into this package. And they could have taken all these, the special features on that Blu-ray disc and put them on the director's cut disc or something like that. They could have taken that theatrical disc and just shoved it in there. Or even, make it, you're recycling a disc. Recycle a disc, make it a 4-disc set. Is it really going to cost you that much? Because the truth is with Blu-rays, and with 4Ks, unless I'm wrong, most of the money, it isn't in the manufacturing the discs. Discs are pennies. It's in the authoring. So if they've already got the disc authored, if they were just recycling it, where's the downside? I don't see it. Yeah, so that I'm mixed on that. I'm very mixed on, wow, we took this in a direction. I just wanted to see if Doctor Strange was still available. Okay, Doctor Strange. It shows the DVD is the Blu-ray. No, the Blu-ray's out of print. How much is it on Blu-ray.com? Let's see. Let's check. Doctor Strange. The Shout Factory exclusive. How much is... Oh, gosh. You can't even get a price for it. So, yeah, it's very out of print. I guess I should have ordered that. Oh, I didn't know it was so limited. Only 2,000 copies, too. Well, looks like I missed that boat. But you know what? It doesn't matter that much. The truth is, this was made for TV, and this DVD looks good. The DVD is from probably the same scan as that exclusive Blu-ray, so it looks good. It's not a bad looking DVD. Yeah, we're in an era of high definition. Doesn't matter. A DVD that looks good, looks good. Hydration break. But yeah, losing features is never a good sign, Omegs. Especially something as big as that. It doesn't bother me. I can live, a Blu-ray loses an interview or something like that, or a small featurette, something minor. I can, that I can live with, but that just, yeah, kind of a surprise. Doctor Strangelove. Not much to say about this, except this was the 40th anniversary of 2004. It doesn't really show it here unless it shows on the back. Yeah, well, you could barely read it. It's packaged in sort of in a small box, not chipboard, but a nice little pretty box, and came with a scrapbook, came with an additional booklet. I like stuff like that. I like the little physical things. Oh, Dragon Ball, the only Dragon Ball I have. Okay, I don't have any Dragon Ball except for some games I've been honestly trying to sell that I never really played through on Game Boy. I've already sold a few of them. This is the only Dragon Ball I've got. It's the not the Dragon Ball Z or any of the other Dragon Ball follow-ups, but this is the movie collection of the original Dragon Ball. It's Curse of the Blood Rubies, which is like a retelling of, I don't know, the first 12 or 13 episodes it's supposed to be of whatever the sort of Goku origin story beginning of the series was. Then, I guess, Mystical Adventure, I don't remember it. Sleeping Princess and Devil's Castle, I don't remember that. And The Path to Power, which is another animated movie retelling of the sort of first story arc. So you got two different animated movie versions with big differences of how it all began. And then two other movies. Yeah, so that's the only Dragon Ball thing I ever picked up. And I'm just, I don't know, Dragon Ball's never been my thing. Some things hit with people, some things miss. Like Lobotomy Corporation. Oh boy. We've got these on Blu-ray, but it's time to talk about the DVDs of Dragon's Lair. So this is an awesome set. And this is a set that I am so grateful to have. I got this as a birthday present at some point. And it was one of those things, I remember that I was young. I had seen it in a Best Buy and pointed it out to my parents, and they paid attention. I am so thankful I've got this. And another thing about this, well, I'll come back to it. My other little yay thing with this. So Dragon's Lair, this isn't an animated series. This is the video games. Dragon's Lair, for those of you who aren't familiar with it, Dragon's Lair was an arcade game. And it used a Laserdisc player. It was an interactive animated movie. And it was the illusion of interactivity. You press the control in the right direction, and the animation continues. You press in the wrong direction, and you're treated to a death scene. It was the illusion that you were controlling the characters, but you really weren't. You were just, it was the beginning of the QuickTime events. So this is the 20th anniversary special edition DVD collection. Now, it plays through DVD using a remote. A lot of players struggled with this. In fact, I remember I've used this over the years, and still do, as a test disc. If I'm ever picking out a new player, but I didn't do it with my recent 4K players, and that was a mistake. But with Blu-ray players and DVD players, if I was ever picking out a new player, I always had a small stack of discs to test that I knew that it needed to play well. that it needed to play right, and this was one of them, because a lot of players struggle with interactive games. It doesn't have any scoring system, so you don't get any score points, and if you play it too long, the players start getting confused. But this is a box set. It's 3 discs, and it is the 3 core games: Dragon's Lair, Dragon's Lair 2, The Time Warp, and Space Ace, which isn't really related to Dragon's Lair, except it was made by the same team. What made this really cool is this right here. Includes previously unreleased playable scenes and exciting extras. It's got some old news reports, I think. Yeah. It's got a documentary, which has to do with the creation less about Dragon's Lair and more about the creation of Dragon's Lair Return to the Lair, which was on Xbox and GameCube, and I don't know, it might have been on PS2, and it's on PC. And I've got the PC and GameCube versions, and we should play those on stream someday, because I don't remember it very well. But it's got a number of recreated scenes and special features that you can play. You can either watch them to see what they would have been, or you can play them. In some cases, they are alternate versions of scenes taken from a VHS or a beta or some sort of a tape-based work print. But in one case, there is an additional scene with new characters that was cut but was apparently storyboarded, and it was done in the new the 3D one I mentioned, not new now, but the then new Dragon's Lair Return to the Lair. So they used the art designs from that, and they created the scene that was never originally animated. Now it looks rough around the edges. It's meant to be a bonus feature, but they put it there so that you could play through. Hey, this is one of the things we never were able to finish. I love this set. I've said that already. This is one of those things. I hope my discs. I hope none of my discs go bad. I've had over the years. I've had a handful of discs go bad on me, and they were all things that there were manufacturing problems at the time. They were a few Warner Brothers discs and one Universal disc that I know of. And I had one Blu-ray disc over all this time that went bad on me, and it has, thankfully it was easy to get replaced. The other thing I'm going to mention on this, and it has to do with another streamer, and it made me really happy, I think it was, well, I know who it was, but I'm trying to remember the event it was. When I first started following VTubers, which wasn't very long ago, it's only been a little over a year now since I started following VTubers, which is hard to believe. And it was, I'll go ahead and mention, I'm not mentioning, it was Pippa Pipkin. And, I don't know about y'all, I enjoy watching Pippa Pipkin. I don't watch as much as I used to, but you know, top tier. She was doing something for a birthday celebration stream, and was asking people to submit photos or whatever of their favorite birthday gifts or odd birthday gifts they ever had received. And I remember I submitted this, and I guess her channel, they voted on it, and it was voted C tier, mid tier, and that made me happy, because it was at least considered mid. It was a mid gift. It was not crap. It was mid. Now it's S tier to me, but it was mid, and that made me happy. And it still makes me happy. Was that a weird story to tell? That was probably a really weird story to tell, but it makes me happy about that. Dragon's Lair 3, let's talk about something that shouldn't exist. Real quickly, gosh, I'm spending way too much time on this again. Dragon's Lair 3. Wait, there's a Dragon's Lair 3? Yes, and it sucks, and it's not real. So, Dragon's Lair 3, this goes back to that Dragon's Lair Return to the Lair. Apparently, originally planned as a special feature for Dragon's Lair 3D Return to the Lair was going to be a movie, interactive movie version of that game, where they took scenes from the video game and turned it into an interactive movie a la the original Dragon's Lair. Because Dragon's Lair 3D Return to the Lair is a regular platformer with puzzle elements. It's not an interactive movie, and it's cel shaded, and I thought it looked nice. They decided to try to make, but like I said, they were going to take scenes from that and edit them into an interactive movie, and I guess just do it as a bonus with the game. And I don't know if it was going to be called like Dragon's Lair 2.5 or Dragon's Lair 3 2D or Dragon's Lair 2D or something along those lines. In any case, it never wound up as a bonus feature. Instead, it wound up being released as its own game. It was released to PC. And on PC, it almost conned me, because it nowhere did it say it wasn't Dragon's. I thought it was just a repackaging of Dragon's Lair 3D Return to the Lair. And so I never picked up the PC edition, even though it's probably a collectible now. I'm kind of glad I didn't, because I would have been pissed. But it was released on, then it was released on DVD too, as a cash grab. So this one, it's not very good. In fact, there's even some shots in it, like where they couldn't do away with accidentally grabbing health or something, and they left a shot or two in where you're grabbing health pieces from one of the monsters you've slain, which shouldn't have been in it if it was an interactive movie like Dragon's Lair. But yeah, this is terrible, and it's one of those things I keep just because I like Dragon's Lair. And it's one of those things, well, I shouldn't say I keep because I like Dragon's Lair. It's one of those things I keep because I can't resell it for a massive amount and price gouge it and scalp it. But it's one of those things I bought because I was a Dragon's Lair fan and just wanted to, at the time, thought I wanted to have everything. And the truth is, well, people's tastes change. I love Dragon's Lair to death, but that's not really the case with me anymore. As far as you know, I'm not a Dragon's Lair collector. By the way, one thing I need to change. I need to change my, I need to get a different boom. So the boom that came with my mic, I'm going off on a tangent because I keep noticing that I look down all the time. The boom that came with my mic is and I read finally in reviews people complaining about this, it's too short. It's a short boom, so I've got it coming across at a weird angle. I really need to pick up a different boom. I need to get a different boom, and I also need to do something about my webcam, because I think I've got it elevated too high, because I've got it on top of my dual monitors in between, and I should maybe I should get a separate stand someday. We'll work on that. First things first, let's change it. Let's get the schedule stuff worked out, and then we'll worry about that. Moving on. Dreamscape, I don't remember too much about this. We'll put, it's Dennis Quaid, Max von Sydow, and I want to say it might have been Kate Capshaw. They couldn't I feel like they didn't know what they were doing, because you look at this poster, and the poster it's an Indiana Jones parody. This poster, which might have been done by Bob Peak, and it's got Kate Capshaw there, it is it's Indiana Jones. And even with him standing there with the torch, Dennis Quaid looking all indie-like, it's like they did a poster that was an Indiana Jones parody, but the movie is not anything about that. It's like an exploring the dream world type thing, sort of like Brainstorm or whatever that, I can't think of the name of it right now, with Leonardo DiCaprio. If you can remember, anyone in chat, the dream one with DiCaprio, put in that category. Machine exploring dreams and then using nightmares to mess with people's heads, implementing awful nightmares into their heads type of thing, use it as a weapon. I don't remember it very well. Now, I did not. Now, it says June 6, 2000. I did not get this in 2000. I don't remember when I picked this up, but I picked it up as a cheapie and a blind buy, and I know it's available on Blu-ray. I don't remember being super impressed with it. How much is it on Blu-ray? Because I see the DVDs going $32.99. And as for the DVD, well, I haven't upgraded it because I haven't ever really had the urge to watch it again. I don't know if the DVD looks great or not. I can't tell you on this one. Dreamscape. Okay. Oh, wow. There's a collector's edition from Shout Factory. And there was a special edition, I guess, too. The collector's edition, it's only $15.99. Okay, it's cheap. I don't like the... I kind of like the parody Indiana Jones cover art better than that. Okay. Well, whatever. Okay, Jackie Chan, Drunken Master. This is the original, not Legend of Drunken Master. This is the original Drunken Master, Jackie Chan. I want to say that I think this is both English and Cantonese. Yeah, it's got Cantonese, but it might be this or another one that's missing some of the Cantonese audio. No, I think it's another one, which we'll come to later. I can say that I think the Blu-ray of that, I know that there is a Blu-ray of it. I want to say it might have been an exclusive to someone. Let's take a look. We could kill some more time, right? Esther. Okay, there it is. Okay, it was a Twilight Time. Forget it. Yeah, Twilight Time. Forget it. That means it's out of print. It's going to be very out of print. In fact, probably. Well, new from 30. Continue without supporting us. I'm opening this on Amazon. Is that a third party? Yeah, it's a third party. Ugh. Meh. If it was sold by Amazon, I might have even jumped on it at that. But Twilight Time limited edition to 3,000. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's out of print. But the DVD looks good. Okay. DuckTales the movie, Treasure of the Lost Lamp. I like DuckTales the movie. This is the Disney Club exclusive edition. So this started out as a Disney Movie Club edition exclusive. I don't know. I can't remember if I got this free with points or if I got it when I joined the movie club. I think I got this when I during one of my joins of the movie club, because I joined the Disney Movie Club a few times to get things, because it was something Disney Movie Club where you got your 7 or 8 movies for a penny a piece or $1 a piece, and then you had to buy 2 or 3 more over the next 2 or 3 years at full price. I always thought it was a good buy. Some people argued it wasn't. Well, you gotta shop right. That's the thing. You gotta shop right in order to. You gotta shop smart. Pick those things that you know that are more expensive in stores. I mean, especially with your freebies that are more expensive in stores, or that are exclusive when you can. This has since been released general public. You can buy it. Well, you used to be able to buy it at your local Walmart and whatnot just within the last couple years on DVD. There's not been a Blu-ray release. The only reason there has not been a Blu-ray release that I can give you is because Disney. Because believe me, this movie is popular enough. DuckTales the movie, this has enough of an audience that it would make money on Blu-ray. But Disney's gonna Disney. Yeah, and that's the thing. Okay, the cover art. So the original DVD seen here uses one of the original theatrical posters. This, unless I'm mistaken, this is one of the original theatrical posters. There were a few variants. The current version, which you can buy, maybe you can't buy it anymore. Let's take a look. Is it out of print? Yeah, I guess it's out of print now. But the official, the store-bought one has just generic artwork. I mean, you look at that versus that. There's no competition. No competition. As far as I know, the editions, I don't know if the editions are different, but I can tell you the transfers are no doubt the same because it's Disney. Disney doesn't do new things. Come on. Brendan Fraser as Dudley Do-Right. I'm going to put this into the category of why do I own this? I remember thinking it was not horror. It's something I picked up as a blind buy along with that Adventures of Rocky and Bullwinkle that we talked about last week. Adventures of Rocky and Bullwinkle, I've never been able to finish. Why do I keep it even in the library? Because I keep telling myself I'm going to force myself to finish it. Dudley Do Right, I did finish, and I didn't think it was horrible, but I don't know. Unless I have kids someday, I don't know if I'd ever revisit it. And if I ever do have kids, I'm forcing them to watch it. Now, I'm forcing them to watch it just because it's going to be a case of, hey, I kept this thing because of you. I don't care if you don't like it. You're going to watch it. You're going to watch it. You're watching the movie, kids. And then we'll watch The Dark Crystal, okay? As a palate cleanser. Earth versus the Flying Saucers. Okay, now this shows color right here. This movie is in black and white, and this is the original DVD edition. So Earth versus the Flying Saucers, this is a Ray Harryhausen special effects movie. He did all of these saucers and their crashes stop motion, and his effects for their time period are glorious. They are a product of their time, and they're glorious. The movie was black and white. The original DVD is black and white. There have been Blu-rays that I think are out of print, and I don't know if they were black and white or color. There was an anniversary edition or something on DVD of this and some other Harryhausen movies where they went back and colorized them. And apparently Ray Harryhausen supervised the colorizing, so he must have wanted them to be color. So maybe it was a case, because yeah, in 1956 there was color at the time. Maybe it is a case that they were black and white for budgetary reasons. So, okay, I don't mind stuff like that as long as the original is preserved and available. As long as the black and white original is available, you know, have fun with your colorizing. It's like sort of my attitude about George Lucas with the special editions of Star Wars. You could go back and revisit them forever, and I'll appreciate your current ultimate super duper final next special edition versions of the original Star Wars trilogy, but make the originals available, man. They deserve it. Posterity's sake. Just even if it's just a case for people to study them. Even if it's, I know he can't, I know sometimes, like in Lucas' case, it's got to be an ego thing. It's a case of he can't accept that some people might like the original versions better than his revised versions. Well, who cares? Who cares what people like better? I mean, well, you should care in terms of give the people what they want, but if you want to revisit it, that's fine. Just what's wrong with having the other version there? I don't get it. I'm going off on a tangent again. Hydration break. If you got a drink, take a drink, hydrate or dihydrate. Also, if you're currently lurking, thanks for lurking. If you're VOD watching, thank you for VOD watching. Please consider like and a scribe. Yeah, bring me a scribe. Bring me a scribe. No, like and a subscribe and a comment on VOD. It does help with the algorithm. Yeah, we're just yapping. Yap. And I do, by the way, when my schedule does change, even if I don't get a ton of viewers, I'm sticking with these yapping streams. I like doing them. It's cathartic for me. So maybe as we build up audience too, some new viewers will like them too. And I hope if you're watching right now that you're enjoying the incessant talk. Excuse me. The Easter Bunny is coming to town. 1977. Okay. This isn't on Blu-ray, unfortunately. This is a Rankin Bass. So Rankin Bass didn't just make, Christmas movies, Christmas specials. They made some other animated things, and they made animated things for other holidays. And they did 3 different Easter specials. Only 3. Here Comes Peter Cottontail, and I think the first Easter Rabbit. We haven't gotten to those others yet. So we did do Here Comes Peter Cottontail on Blu-ray, and the Blu-ray, unfortunately, it is compromised. Luckily, the remastered DVD that comes with the Blu-ray is not, and it's a better choice. It's just unfortunate that you have to make that choice. Excuse me for a moment. Sorry about that. I still am fighting this sore throat. So I'm wondering if maybe changing my streaming schedule won't help with my throat. Maybe I am wearing my throat out. Excuse me. And I hit the mic too. That's unfortunate. So the Easter Bunny is coming to town. Not much to say about it. It's stop motion animation. The Blu-ray, the DVD is it Fox or Universal? It's Warner Brothers. Wow. Okay. The DVD is Warner Brothers. I don't know if there are new versions, deluxe editions. I don't know if they're remastered at all. But the thing that's of note to mention about this is a follow-up to Santa Claus is Coming to Town, which featured Fred Astaire, and this also features Fred Astaire. They took the formula from Santa Claus is Coming to Town and applied it to the Easter Bunny. That works. Okay, this is a musical, Irving Berlin's Easter Parade. Fred Astaire, Julie Garland, 2-disc special edition. I'm going to be honest, I don't remember much about this one. I know I've seen it, but I don't remember much about it. Classic musical, I don't remember enough about it. Revisit it someday. The Ed Wood box. Okay, that picture isn't accurate. It showed a picture that was in color, and this isn't color. Okay, so the Ed Wood box. This was, I don't know if this is complete. It's not complete. It doesn't have everything Ed Wood made. Ed Wood, B-movie director. There's a movie called Ed Wood. If you've never seen it, it's directed by Tim Burton. It isn't necessarily all of it accurate to the way things went. I know there are a couple time order things that are off with the movie Ed Wood, but yeah, he made this is a guy who made Plan 9 from Outer Space, and he also was a cross-dresser and liked wearing, I believe it was pink, it was a pink chiffon sweaters or pink. He liked certain sweaters, pink cashmere sweaters, I believe was what it was. So Image Entertainment put out an Ed Wood collection. It says it's 6 movies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, well, it's really 5 movies, 6 discs, 5 movies, 5 movies and a documentary. So I guess it's a movie, but it's not a movie. Glenn or Glinda, which I'll just leave that there. Jailbait. Okay, I gotta be honest, chat. I never watched everything in this set. The only ones in this set that I ever watched were Bride of the Monster, Plan 9 from Outer Space, and Night of the Ghouls, and the documentary, The Haunted World of Ed Wood, which is a good documentary. I never watched Glenn or Glinda or Jailbait. Heck of a title there. Holy Hannah. And I don't think by jailbait it means jailbait in the term that we now use jailbait. I think it just I think in this term, in this one, it just meant like a person like going in there to catch a criminal or something. It wasn't like we associate it. There's not too much to say. They're all black and white in this set. Oh, well, there's one thing to say. One thing to say, And that has to do with the copy of Plan 9 from Outer Space that's in the set. Now, I've got Plan 9 on Blu-ray from Legend Films, and it's both the color version and the black and white. If this will show me a large version of the front, you could hardly see it here, unfortunately, on screen, but you could kind of see it. I loved this cover, not because it's a good poster. I mean, this is a Photoshop job poster, okay? But what made this great, in my opinion, what made this cover great is that almost starring Bela Lugosi. Not starring, but almost starring, because if you know the history of Plan 9 from Outer Space, Bela Lugosi is in it with just some footage that Ed Wood had shot that had nothing really to do with the movie, and then with a stand-in that doesn't even look remotely like him, and it probably only about 2 minutes or less. Well, maybe, yeah, I think about I'm going to say 2 minutes. So there's probably about 2 minutes of Bela Lugosi footage, and yet Bela Lugosi being in this and it being his final movie was one of the big selling points, was Ed Wood's big selling point. I have the last footage of Bela Lugosi, and we're using it for a movie. Yeah. So I just thought that was great, almost starring Bela Lugosi, and I wish yeah, too bad they did it first, because I wish the Blu-ray said that. Or I wish we'd get a really grand special edition, a Criterion treatment special edition of Plan 9 that said something like that. Okay, moving on. El Dorado. John Wayne, Robert Mitchum. What makes El Dorado special? El Dorado, it is out on Blu-ray. I don't know how the Blu-ray looks. This is 1966, so it's not completely near the end of John Wayne's career. But this is who was the director? It wasn't John Ford, was it? Howard Hawks. Okay, so Howard Hawks and John Wayne made quite a few movies together, and Howard Hawks decided to keep remaking one of them. He made a movie called Rio Bravo. Rio Bravo's great. The original was John Wayne and Dean Martin. Then he remade it as El Dorado. It's the same movie. I think maybe some character names are changed, or some town names are changed. It's the same movie. And I want to say I read somewhere that it was remade a third time too. I can't remember what it was remade. Someone said Rio Lobo, but Rio Lobo it couldn't have been, because Rio Lobo did not look like... Okay. We're doing Wikipedia. I don't like Wikipedia, but whatever, necessary. I like it for some stuff. Rio Bravo. Remake. Come on. Production, the story, High Noon debate, made as a response to High Noon, which allegory to blacklisting, maybe. Wayne later called the High Noon un-American. I heard that. Okay. Out of the country. Well, that's fine. Director, how it went to criticize. Well, and I've got mixed feel. I've got High Noon, but I've always. I don't know. I'm mixed on High Noon. I like things about it. Where is it? Does it say Howard? Okay, went on to two loose variations. Okay. Okay. Yeah, El Dorado. Like I said, and he did Rio, and then Rio Lobo. I gotta be honest, Rio Lobo did not feel like a remake of Rio Bravo. Rio Lobo didn't feel like a remake of Rio. I don't even remember it hardly, but I remember watching it, and I watched it under the idea that it was a remake of Rio Bravo, and it didn't feel like it. El Dorado felt like it was. El Dorado felt like I've seen this one. Rio Lobo didn't, so they hid that pretty well. Oh boy. Okay, we're coming to a documentary, and it's an important documentary, and it's a documentary everyone needs to see, and it's a documentary that parts of it probably are true and parts of it are embellished, I'm sure. I don't care. This is awesome. Okay, we're coming to Electric Boogaloo. Not Breakin' 2 Electric Boogaloo, but Electric Boogaloo. It's called that because it is the wild, untold story of Canon Films. Now, and Canon Films did make Breakin' 2 Electric Boogaloo. 2014. Okay, I didn't know it was that old. Okay. It's on DVD. I know there's been a Blu-ray release, but it hasn't been in the States. It's too bad it's not from Warner Archive, because I'd pick up a Blu-ray of this. What to say about... Yeah, in fact, okay, there's the Blu-ray. How much is the Blu-ray? Where can I get it? You can't get it here. Okay, yeah, it's in another country. Umbrella Entertainment, darn. Okay, yeah, we didn't get the Blu-ray. Okay, Electric Boogaloo, Wild Untold Story of Canon Films DVD. I don't usually recommend documentaries. See this movie. This is fun. This is a lot of fun. And and it'll explain to you why I go nuts for Canon Films, even when they suck. I'll immediately defend, but it's a Canon film, because there's just something awesome there. Because Canon Films was just these two guys, Golan and Globus, who they just loved movies. They loved big American movies, and they wanted to make big American movies. So they were Israeli filmmakers, and they basically punched their way in to the American film market, and for a brief shining moment, they were there. And they were ostracized for it too. In fact, there were some movies of theirs, one called Runaway Train, which has been decried for not winning an Oscar for some of its visuals, but they were Canon Films. So we can't have that. We can't have the outsiders coming into our good old boys club in Hollywood, can we? And because they made so many things that were the opposite of, even in some case, you know, they were all over. I can't say yeah, no, never mind. I'm gonna forget that last thought I was going to say. Yeah, they did so much stuff. And this poster, which really is just a hodgepodge of their different posters, I don't care. If I were going to buy a new poster, a new movie poster, and frame it, I would probably frame this one, because that is an awesome poster. Say what you will, whatever. I don't care. I know it's Photoshop. I know it's taken from all sorts of different movie posters of movies they made. You got Missing in Action. You got Cobra. I think that's Mata Hari, which I never saw. Cyborg. Masters of the Universe, Death Wish 3, Revenge of the Ninja. That might be one of the Breakin' movies. Superman 4, unfortunate. This one I have no idea. It's just an awesome poster. But yeah, if you see one documentary, see that one. Oh, and as far as price, it shows the price here as being $8.99. I can tell you right now, I found this thing at a Dollar Tree. They had piles of them at Dollar Tree. In fact, I bought several of them up because I was going to give some away as gifts, because I thought this was so awesome. And I still haven't gifted them. You know what? Maybe that's something we'll do with the channel. I've got like boxes full of DVDs and stuff that I wasn't scalping necessarily, but I was planning to resell. Maybe someday I'll even start doing some sort of promotion things here, you know, as contests, and maybe Electric Boogaloo could be one of them. I don't know. I don't know how to do it, but it's awesome. See it. Moving on. Oh my gosh, chat. It's 9:44 and we're still on the first page. We're still on the first page. Let me just check something with my stats real quick since we're still on the first page. Holy crap cakes. Yeah. Well, I'm not stopping. Okay, we're going to start flying through some of these, though, because I've taken too much time on too many of them. Elektra, Not a great movie. This is the theatrical cut. The Blu-ray is the director's cut. Just like Daredevil, I keep the DVD because it is the theatrical cut. In the case of Daredevil, the director's cut was adding in a bunch of footage that made it R-rated. In the case of Elektra, it was a total overhaul. They used alternate takes. They changed a bunch of timing. They changed the coloring, which is kind of surprising because it wasn't a great movie. But this was the gold. What year would that have been? 2005? I guess it was still the golden age of DVD special editions. Oh, excuse me. So, yeah, Fox thought they could make money that way, even though it didn't do well in theaters. Elvira's movie Macabre. This is some episodes of the Elvira TV show where she would host B movies. They Came from Beyond Space and Gamera the Super Monster. At the time I purchased it, this was the only way you could get Gamera the Super Monster on home video in the US. And the copy that's on here is abysmal. It's like from a VHS. So, yeah, a VHS on DVD doesn't look so hot. And the poster for Gamera Super Monster, I'm pretty sure that's Gamera versus an Imperial Star Destroyer. Yep, that's, yeah. So whatever. Gamera Super Monster is not a great movie too. It's the weakest of the Gameras. It's almost just a clip show. I don't even remember much for it, except I was just kind of, I think I just was bored to tears. Equinox. Wish this was on DVD. I mean on Blu-ray. This is a Criterion release. It must be, it might still be in print. Criterion Collection, 1 movie, 2 cuts. It's on 2 discs. It's a big, thick Alpha Pack case, which I like those big, thick cases. This was a horror movie from a couple of the guys who went on to later work for George Lucas at Industrial Light and Magic. They wanted to show off their special effects skills, and they made this this low-budget movie, and they submitted it to like the head of one of the big horror movie magazines, and he helped them out with, I don't remember the whole story, but it was something where he helped them make inroads, and it got picked up by a distributor who wanted a bunch of changes made to it. So the 2 cuts are very different. The theatrical cut and the original, hey, look at the movie we made cut. But it's an interesting movie having to do with like the Book of the Dead and being hidden in a cave. And so the thing about Equinox, I recommend everyone see this because it's full of ideas. This movie has really neat ideas about with alternate dimensions and stuff, but it's things that they never go into because they couldn't produce that movie. They couldn't afford to produce that movie. But they're interesting and they're hanging over it, and it's one of those things where I guess I would say if Hollywood was going to pick up something and do some sort of a remake that you could really expand upon and turn into something big, Equinox is it. Equinox is a good one for it. Because there's a lot of untapped stuff here. And this was a blind buy for me. Totally. Escape to Witch Mountain. I have this on the Blu-ray as a Disney Movie Club exclusive. I keep the DVD because it's loaded with special features. The Blu-ray is bare bones. This one is fully loaded. This is one of those Vault Disney titles that wasn't marked as Vault Disney. It says Special Edition. It was a Vault Disney release, meaning they started making some releases that were loaded with features. They called it Vault Disney as if they were exploring the vault. And for whatever reason, it didn't take off. The line, I mean. But this is a truncated Vault Disney, because it's like the Vault Disneys were initially 2-disc special editions, and this is like they tried to cut it and put it all on a single disc, and in the process they I don't know, the menu system just seems a little bit clunky because of it. It's like it's the menus from 2 different discs that have been stuck together, but it's still fine. And there are 2 other ones like this: Apple Dumpling Gang, which we talked about last time, Escape from Witch Mountain, and when we get to it, Return, or Escape to Witch Mountain, and when we get back to it, a Return from Witch Mountain. Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's mostly unfortunate, Omegs, that Disney didn't put... I don't know why Disney didn't believe in putting any special features on their club exclusive titles, especially when it's a Blu-ray disc. They could have fit it all on there. They could have just copied it over. They didn't even need to do any re-encoding. Just leave it MPEG 2. Who cares? It would have been fine, but Disney gonna Disney. ESPN Films 30 for 30, The Nature Boy, Ric Flair. Woo! Not much to say here. It's a documentary and sit-down interview with Ric Flair, because Ric Flair is the GOAT, in my opinion. Every Which Way But Loose. Last time we talked about Any Which Way You Can, Clint Eastwood movie. This is on Blu-ray. It was a Clint Eastwood comedy. Hillbilly who has a pet orangutan. I think he was fighting a biker gang, and I think it was the same thing in the sequel too. Turned prize fighter. That's right. He was going to... it was like underground fights. It wasn't like officially sanctioned bar fighting, but it was like these underground, like Fight Club crap where he would win money. So there you go. Charles Band's Evil Bong. Okay, I know this is on Blu-ray. Let me explain this. There are a ton of Evil Bong sequels. It's a horror movie about a demonic bong. So the reason... There is only one reason the truth... Well, I picked this up for 2 reasons. One, I thought it would be funny. And the 5.3 star rating that you're seeing there kind of tells you it's Charles Band, it's Full Moon, you know, hit and miss there, but it's done enough where they've done enough, a ton of sequels. The reason I picked up Evil Bong, and it doesn't say it here, and let's see, I don't know if it shows any picture. No, it doesn't. Yeah, how much is the Blu-ray, just out of curiosity? 21 to... Okay, it must be out of print or harder to come by. The only reason I ever picked up Evil Bong, it had a cameo of actor Tim Thomerson as Jack Death from the Trancers movies. And as I said when we did the Blu-ray streams a few weeks ago, I am a sucker for Trancers. I love Trancers. Trancers itself is my favorite Christmas movie. You know, move over Die Hard. Anytime anyone says Die Hard, my answer is always, I'll see your Die Hard and raise you 1 Trancers. So yeah, once I saw it had a cameo, even though it's a blink and you'll miss it, and it's a cameo that makes no sense. It's like it's within the bong itself, in the bong dream world. It makes no sense. But Tim Thomerson, Jack Death, take my money. Okay, The Evil Dead. Let's talk about these editions of The Evil Dead, because I've had a few editions of The Evil Dead over the years on DVD, and I currently have the completely bare bones Blu-ray, because Lionsgate, who bought Anchor Bay, didn't want to put anything on the discs. And I keep these mostly for the special features, but a little bit more with one of them. Goon for Evil Dead. Yeah, I love the original Evil Dead. I love the original Evil Dead trilogy. As far as Evil Dead 2, I wish I had it at one point, and I didn't realize what I had when I had it. There's an old DVD that is very out of print of Evil Dead 2, which had the original mono mix. If I knew then what I know now, I would have kept it for that original mono mix. Insanity as a selling feature should be considered some form of genre. Yes, it should. Yes, it should. Welcome in the Dave 87. Yeah. So the Evil Dead, these are the two I keep mostly for special features, but also because of a few alternate version details. First of all, you've got this version from Elite Entertainment. The Elite Entertainment release of Evil Dead is kind of a weird thing. Apparently, from what I gather, and I've never seen anything to explain it, both Elite and Anchor Bay had like a dual license to the movie initially. So at the same time Elite Entertainment was putting it out, Elite, I guess, did stuff in Laserdisc era, which I know nothing about. At the same time Elite was putting out this, though, on DVD, Anchor Bay was releasing it on DVD in some completely bare bones editions, which I remember seeing, but I don't know where you'd find them now, which were in these boxes called Jewel King boxes. They were like jewel cases with CDs, but they were for DVDs, and they were DVD size, but they were clear jewel cases, like you see with CD-ROMs and music CDs. And Anchor Bay had like 4, 5, 6 different covers too. I guess they thought someone out there would buy all the different covers, and I'm sure someone did. And if I knew them what I know now, I probably would have myself, just because that sounds kind of cool. This is at the dawn of DVD. 1999, so March 1999, this is an early DVD release. What makes this Elite Entertainment version of the Evil Dead interesting, and you can't see it here unfortunately, is the transfer was supervised by Sam Raimi, and it was before the decision was made to mat the thing to widescreen, because the Evil Dead now, if you get it on Blu-ray or 4K, it is either widescreen or it is open matte full screen. It was originally theatrically full screen. It was 4:3. And, well, I shouldn't even say full screen, because full screen doesn't make sense now. It was 4:3. It's available now 16:9 or 4:3. It's matted to 16:9. This is before matting things to 16:9 was really becoming in vogue. So when Sam Raimi supervised it, there was a scene, just one shot, and I just keep it because for that version, because it's just such a weird thing, where he decided he wanted to put in a fake zoom. So there is a zoom in on a character in this version that isn't in any of the other as far as I know, it's not on any other home video release. Maybe the Laserdisc, because I think Elite put this out on Laserdisc too, but it's not on any other DVD. And that seems stupid, you know. Oh, you're keeping it for literally maybe 2 seconds or less of footage. Yeah, because, well, for a couple reasons. One, what's the point of getting rid of it? It's one disc. It's not taking up that much space. And number two is because I do find that interesting. That's got that one little change that no others have. Now this edition, though, this is still my go-to edition. And I wish there was a better picture of it on here, because you can't tell from here. So this was just before the Blu-ray release. Anchor Bay, Stars Anchor Bay, before, like, maybe right before they got bought by Lionsgate, put out this Ultimate edition of The Evil Dead, and it's nearly ultimate. It's a 3 discs. First of all, it's a digipack that is beautiful. It's a really good looking digipack that folds open. It is a 3 disc set. Disc 1 is the movie in 16:9. Disc 2 is the movie in 4:3, and Disc 3 is a collection of almost every single special feature that Anchor Bay ever produced for their Evil Dead releases. I think there's maybe one featurette that's missing, probably because they ran out of space on the disc. Both the 4:3 version and the 16:9 version have different audio commentary tracks. One has one by Bruce Campbell, the other has one by Sam Raimi and producer Rob Tappert, I think. And then you look at the Blu-ray and 4K have a brand new audio commentary with all three of the people, which was created just for them. But this is just a really great edition, and I want to say that this is an edition without digital changes, because I want to say Sam Raimi went back to it for the Blu-ray when he supervised that transfer, and they painted out a couple of gaffes. Like they painted out a board that was sticking out somewhere that wasn't supposed to be there, and a couple guys on the road that weren't supposed to be that were running out of a frame or something that I don't remember. That I guess is on this edition, or is on the 4.3 disc. Now, the one thing that's missing from this, and it's missing from the Elite edition, and it's missing from all the editions on DVD, and I think it's even missing from all the Laserdiscs in the US. I think there's only a Japanese Laserdisc that has it, and that's the original mono sound mix. I don't know what the aversion is with movies of releasing the original sound mix is, but there's an aversion to it. So yeah, this is the Ultimate Edition. It's missing that sound mix. $25.98 used. If you ever spot this edition for a good price, it's worth having. This, like I said, I have the Blu-ray. I guess the Blu-ray is my go-to watching version, but this is my go-to look at this cool DVD I have of the Evil Dead edition. This is the one when if someone's asking about the Evil Dead, hey, you got the do you have the Evil Dead in your library? This is the one I point to because I think it's the coolest edition. The packaging and the features. Because the features, you can see what it's got. I mean, it's got, the disc 3 is labeled Ladies of the Evil Dead. I guess that's because it's got one specific documentary on it, or two specifically about the Ladies of the Evil Dead on it, but then it's got a bunch of other stuff too. Oh yeah, and both these discs too have special features on them too. This is just a great edition. This is the edition the Blu-ray and the 4K should have had. Seriously. Really, it is. Nothing to say here. Executive decision, actioner with Kurt Russell, and Steven Seagal's in it, unfortunately, for about probably 10 minutes, but he got top billing anyway. Extreme Measures. I don't think I've ever watched my DVD of this. I remember seeing this on TV or something, and then only 5.7 stars. I remember seeing this and thought it was really good, and so I picked up the DVD, and I've never watched it. Gene Hackman and Hugh Grant. Has to do with a doctor who's experimenting on homeless people trying to regain spinal tissue, and it's basically, it's killing them. It's a good movie. I thought it was good. I don't care if it says 5.7. I don't care if it's got an average rating. I think it was good. Rare Scope, nothing much to say about this. BCI Eclipse release. It is The Face Behind the Mask. It's a martial arts film. It is taken from a grindhousey sort of print because that's all that could be found. It is widescreen, 16:9 enhanced. It doesn't say anything on the back. I think, okay, it's Mandarin with English subtitles, and I think the subtitles might be burned into the print. I want to say they are. And BCI Eclipse, they had problems with compression, so it's got some compression issues. Fahrenheit 451. If you've never seen Fahrenheit 451, you need to see it. This is, I mean, I like Fahrenheit 451 more than I do 1984, personally. But it's in that same genre as 1984. Everyone brings up 1984. No one brings up Fahrenheit 451 enough. Fahrenheit 451 has to do a lot with censorship and the dumbing down of culture and removing books, and the idea that the fire department is there not for the purpose of putting out fires, but to burn material that the government does not want you having access to. I would have this on Blu-ray, but the Blu-ray apparently is crap. The transfer, from what I understand, is junk, so there's no point in upgrading from the DVD. Okay, Fantastic Four Extended Edition. I have mixed feelings about the the first two Fox, Fantastic Four, okay. Let's be honest, Fantastic Four has been a mess in theaters. It has been a mess theatrically, and as much as I hate to say it, I expect the new Fantastic Four movie that's coming out. I expect the new one that's coming out to be more of the same. I want the new one to be good. I wish the Caca 4, yeah, pretty much. The best, I'm gonna, right now, hand to God, hand on chest, hand on Bible to God, whatever. My opinion is the best Fantastic Four movie that we have gotten is the Roger Corman one that was never released. The one that the one that they have claimed over the years, oh, it was just made so that they could keep the copyright. That is BS, and that is provable. There's a documentary out there. I don't have it, but if you get the chance, watch it. There's a documentary about the Corman version called Doomed. And it basically makes it clear that Stan Lee and everyone else who said it wasn't ever supposed to be a serious movie were full of crap. And that Stan Lee even visited the set and told them what a great job they were doing, and then immediately went to badmouth them. And as far as the over-under on that story with Fantastic Four seems to be that the guys who owned Marvel Comics didn't realize it was even being made, and some guy mentioned it to one of them while he was on vacation, so he ran home, was afraid it was going to hurt the brand because it was a low-budget movie and they wanted to get into the A-list, so he bought the thing and then had all the copies destroyed. And thank God someone kept a copy. Someone kept a master, which I think was made for a presumed home video release that I'd be getting. But my opinion is the Fantastic Four, for all its flaws, the Roger Corman version, the one you have to watch in tattered bootleg form, is the best Fantastic Four movie. It's the best in terms of getting the heart right. It has the heart. It has more heart than any of the others have. That's not saying it's a good movie, but it has the heart is there. And you know what? I'm going to say in terms of good movie, I'm going to say I thought that a lot of their budget apparently was put into the Thing costume for that Roger Corman version. I think they got the Thing right. The Thing in that movie looks the way he does on the comic book page. For all of its flaws, the Thing looks right. And also another thing I'm going to say, the casting of the Fantastic Four is right. It's right. Alex Hyde White as Mr. Fantastic, Reed Richards, was a perfect choice. Alex Hyde White, boy, now I'm going into some random, really obscure crap for you. He's the grandson of an actor named Wilfred Hyde White. Wilfred Hyde White was kind of a big name, and he was in things like My Fair Lady and would pop up in stuff. I think mostly a theater actor. Usually did a lot of character actor stuffs too. Alex Hyde White was his grandson, whose career never really... I'm sorry if you're watching this stream, Mr. Hyde White, never really took off. It should have, because that Fantastic Four, he did a good job. He did a good job with it, and it's sad because they thought that would be the launch of their careers. Oh, okay. I gotta tell you, here's another story about the Fantastic Four. I gotta tell you one other thing about this, and I don't remember if this is in the documentary or if this is something I read elsewhere. You want to hear the evil of Marvel Comics with this one? Marvel Comics screwed the little cancer kids. Okay, what does he mean? Madamus is talking crazy. He's talking about Marvel Comics screwing the little cancer kids. Hear me out. Hear me out never starts well. Ignore the hear me out. So, when Fantastic Four, the Roger Corman version, was going to be released, when it was going to be released to theaters, and it was, there were trailers in some theaters. You can find the trailers online. In fact, it's amazing. You can't get a good copy of the movie, but you can find a 35mm preservation of the trailer. They had made an agreement because apparently they had gone and visited some of the children's hospitals. I don't know if it was with the Ronald McDonald's House or Children's Miracle Network or which one it was, but with one of these, or Make-A-Wish. It might have been Make-A-Wish. It was with one of those organizations. They had made a special arrangement to have a screening for all the sick and in some cases terminally ill children, to have a special screening of the Fantastic Four at the Mall of America. And 2 weeks before that screening, I think it was 2 weeks before it was supposed to happen, was when Marvel stepped in and said, nope, you can't do it. You can't even show it to the little cancer kids. The little kids looking forward to seeing the Fantastic Four on the big screen, looking forward to seeing their comic book heroes, you know, regardless of whether it was great or not so great. Yep, Marvel took that away from them. Good job. Great job there, Marvel. Yeah. I'm sure that happened. Okay, I'm looking that up. I'm looking that up because I don't want to get sued. Okay. Fantastic Four 1994 children's screening Mall of America. It might be in that documentary, Doomed. Yep, okay. Okay, release plans and cancellation. Ronald McDonald's House and the Children's Miracle Ear Network. Cast members promoted the film at a clip screening at the Shrine Auditorium and at San Diego Comic-Con. By this time, world premiere was announced to take place at the Mall of America in Minneapolis, Minnesota, with okay, so it wasn't for the kids, it was for the money for the kids, with proceeds from the event earmarked for Ronald McDonald House and Children's Miracle Network. Producer announced the film would not be released. Following the announcement, rumor spread they intended the rumor spread that this version of to be the film equivalent of an ash can copy. Legal rights to create a film based on it, but however, needed to produce. Apparently, the studio misled everyone involved in making this film by not letting them believe it was proper. The film eventually leaked. Now, I have heard that that was not true, and I'm going to say that right now. There is an alternate version of that story that has painted that as a rumor. That no, it wasn't ever meant to be an ash can copy, because and I think it was Roger Corman even came out and said that's BS, because Roger Corman, you know, made more movies than anyone else on the planet probably before he died. I mean, his catalog is insane. He in so many words, he basically said, I don't do ash can copies. I make stuff to be released. And if it had been something that we were just making for that purpose, I would have never poured any money into it at all. He would have never poured any money into it at all whatsoever. They wouldn't have done any visuals, nothing. It would have been quite literally an ash can copy. So that story does not hold water. The story that was, and ask, would Stan Lee have been visiting the set and telling everyone they were doing a good job if it was something that wasn't planned to be released? Of course not. They would have just, would there have been any promotion? Would a trailer have been released? Of course it wouldn't have. There wouldn't have been any promotion. There would have been no money spent on promotion. Promotion of all the things that no money was spent on, promotion would have been, you know, definitely not happened. And they certainly wouldn't have made agreements with Children's Miracle Network. Okay, we have really gone off on a tangent with that, haven't we? Hydration break. Okay, let me just touch on this real quick. Fantastic Four Extended Edition. This is kind of an interesting one. Now, I have heard that a high-definition copy of this exists and has been seen streaming, but has never gone to disc. Unfortunately, this isn't on Blu-ray, and I keep it... Okay, so the Fantastic Four movie from 2005 wasn't that great. Now, I'm going to be honest. It's grown on me over the years. I've seen it a couple times, and maybe it's because there's been so much crap now that I look at it and think, well, it's not a bad movie. It's just not the Fantastic Four movie that we deserved. And I think that's a fair assessment. It's not a bad movie. It's just not the Fantastic Four movie that we deserved. It didn't do justice, really, to the Fantastic Four the way it should have. So when the sequel was coming out, Fox rushed out this extended edition to DVD. And they took a bunch of deleted scenes. They finished visual effects that weren't done in a very cheap way, and they stand out. The visual effects, you can see there's like scenes of of Reed Richards' Mr. Fantastic stretching that look really bad. One in particular I could think of. And they just shoved it out. It was to make more money. It was, it was a cash grab. It's not a director's cut. This is the equivalent of an Alexander Salkind extended television cut of a movie. It was just extra footage shoved in there to get people to buy a disc. And there's even a scene that practically repeats, and it's funny because it's when Reed Richards and Sue Storm are on a date, and it's like an extended date, but it's not. Apparently, they shot two versions of their date. They shot one version with them doing one set of locales and one with them doing something else, because the dialogue is almost identical. And so you watch these back to back, and it's like, didn't they just say this? You're watching this version where they're showing both scenes as if it's one long date, and hey, he's repeating himself. So yeah, and unfortunately this isn't on the Blu-ray. Like I said, I keep it just because alternate versions. Sucker for alternate versions. Sucker for alternate versions. And I think it's interesting when you have that kind of an alternate version where they just extended it for the hell of it. Fargo Special Edition, nothing to say about this. This is the DVD Special Edition of Fargo. There are better editions. It's on Blu-ray, etc. And so stretching had always been very hard to make look good on live action. Never seen a good take on it. That's why they changed Miss Marvel power when they made the live action series. Really? Okay, I haven't seen any of the Miss Marvel series, so I didn't know that. That's interesting. Well, in this case, when I say it looks bad, it's one of those cases where it's not that it looks bad because they couldn't do better. It's got sort of that glossy look, it's like comparing a CG from an A-list movie to a C-list movie. So like maybe comparing a CG that was done in Star Wars to, I'm just using that as a random example, CG that was done in say Star Wars to a CG that was done in a direct-to-video sequel to The Lion King. I didn't see it as well, just the trailers, but they made her use energy that imitates starving instead of a stretch. Really? Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I know I saw the trailer. I'm sure I saw the trailers, but I didn't pay much attention. I haven't paid much attention to any of the Disney Star Wars stuff. So I know we talked about this before. Yeah, I sort of stopped with Thor Ragnarok. Kind of was where I started to check out. Yeah. I should have paid more attention to the trailers, though. In fact, I'll tell you, one thing that I even was avoiding all the trailers for, even though I've talked and bash it to hell, and I have seen the movie, I avoided the once I heard enough of the things that were going wrong with it, when the trailers came out for that Indiana Jones and the dilation of Disney or whatever, I avoided those trailers like the plague. I'd heard how bad they were, but I avoided them. Wish I would have done the same to the movie. Fargo, yeah, there are better editions of this. That's one of those things I've never upgraded to Blu-ray just because I don't know. I think Fargo's okay, but I don't rewatch it that much. The character itself is not very good on the comics. Had no interest in seeing her live action. I see. Yeah, Disney has made really... Disney and modern Marvel, and I guess so many companies, they make really bad choices on which characters to be bringing to the big screen and the small screen. I don't understand I am all for taking smaller characters and giving them their day. I think that's good. But I don't know. It just, yeah. In that case, it felt like they just grabbed character. I mean, I hate to, and I'm not going political, but everyone's heard the line, the MCU. I do feel like a lot of these ones they grab just because female. And that's unfortunate. If I'm wrong on that, I'm sorry. Fiddler on the Roof. Film version of Fiddler on the Roof. I don't know. This musical has never been really my thing. I keep it in my Blu-ray library, but it's never been really my thing. Same goes for Finian's Rainbow with Fred Astaire. Finian's Rainbow, I want to say that this might have been directed by Francis Ford Coppola. Or was it, let me see. Yeah, Francis Ford Coppola did a musical, and I don't know how to react to that. I don't know why I keep it. I think it was boring. Clint Eastwood, Firefox. It's a good Clint Eastwood movie. This is one I should have repurchased on Blu-ray. This is a good Clint Eastwood actioner from the 1980s. Mitchell Grant, U.S. pilot, smuggled into the Soviet Union to steal their supersonic fighting plane. I remember it being pretty good. Rankin Bass, the first Easter Rabbit. This is one of the three. I guess this is the second or the third. I don't know. 1976. This is one of the later ones. Rankin Bass did 3 Easter specials. This is one of them. And this one, the animation style, you could tell by the artwork. The animation style on this is very similar to Frosty the Snowman. Told and sung by Burl Ives. I haven't watched it in so many years, I don't even remember that. Okay, Burl Ives did it. 5-card stud, not much to say about this. It's a good Western. Dean Martin, Robert Mitchum, Yaphet Kotto. Not much to say about. What year is it? 68. Okay, it's before the Westerns were starting to dry up. Westerns really about the time. You know what's interesting about this is close to the time. Spaghetti Westerns in a lot of ways, I think, killed the American. The Italian Westerns, Spaghetti Westerns killed the American Western movie because they took where they made them so less clean cut and more gritty and more violent, and it really flipped the genre on its head from the John Wayne, everyone's smiling on a horse years. Yeah, it's interesting when I think about it. Flash Gordon, not much to say here. This was a box set that was released. If you're not familiar with Flash Gordon, we talk about comic books. Flash Gordon was a comic book series, and it was a newspaper comic series, and it was a series of serials. Not the type of cereal you eat, but serials where they would put a 15-20 minute chapter or episode in theaters, I guess like every week or every month. I think every week, and yeah, every week. And so back in the 30s and 40s, 1936, my father used to read Flash Gordon. Nice. I mean, my introduction with Flash Gordon was the 1980s movie, which I loved to death. But this is the original black and white serials. I guess this is all three of them. Flash Gordon, Space Soldiers, Flash Gordon's Trip to Mars, and Flash Gordon Conquers the Universe, which that last one I know has been released in public domain, but this is not a public domain edition. This was the, was never big on me. Gotcha, yeah. Yeah, no, it's acquired taste. I think the same's true with Buck Rogers, because they're, I mean, two sides of the same coin. I think I don't know what is. I liked the 80s movie just because it was really campy, and that led me to want to pick up and watch the older stuff. But as for it, the truth is, when it comes to serials, mileage varies. I appreciate them for what... This is one of those things I keep just because I appreciate what they are. But I just... It's a good thing they would show them in theaters once a week, because small doses, I can't imagine sitting through... I remember trying to binge watch one of these, and I think I got like halfway through it and never really went back to it. So I can't even say I've watched all of these. But they're in the back library. Oh, speaking of Flash Gordon, okay. I've got the fan on Blu-ray. I do have the Arrow limited edition, but I keep this one just because the cover is awesome. This is they did this Savior of the Universe edition, and it's a digipack that folds open from the bottom. It opens really weird, but the artwork was from oh my gosh, why can't I remember the name? Alex Ross, yeah. Alex Ross did the artwork for the DVD, and that DVD enough, that artwork is enough for me to keep this one just for the case. This is what, yeah, I keep this one just for the case. The Blu-ray's better, I keep it for the case. I like Alex Ross. Darn, that is Savior of the Universe edition. That is good. All right, next page. How many pages? Okay. Oh my gosh, chat, this is only the first page I've done tonight. I have spent over okay, if you subtract my previous yapping, where we had the big discussion about me changing schedules and working through my brainworms and crap, I have spent, okay, so take away a half hour there. I have spent about 2 hours on one GD page. I don't know how much we're gonna get through tonight. This is Yappamus to the max. All right, okay, hydration break. The normal for a library stream. Yeah, that's true. Boy, I wonder why I get so few. I wonder why I don't get viewers. Oh, maybe it's because I talk about a single, like, 3 DVDs for 4 hours. Holy crap. Something's wrong with me. Okay, the Flintstone. We'll talk about the Flintstones real quick. Flintstones, not much to say here. This was the live-action movie with John Goodman and Rosie O'Donnell. I'm gonna be... so I didn't like the live-action, the Flintstones movie that well. I get that it you know, big deal kind of bring it. It was the same director as did the Addams Family. I like the Addams Family movies from this time period. I didn't think the Flintstones was that great. But that said, this one is the dark horse. I didn't even... apparently this bombed hard. They did whereas the first Flintstones did well, they did a sequel that bombed hard. As far as I know, it bombed hard. Wow, 4.4 on IMDb. I disagree with that a lot. So the Flintstones in Viva Rock Vegas is a prequel, like almost How the Flintstones Met Each Other thing, which I usually can't stand. It's got a completely different cast, including Stephen Baldwin as Visually, I think it looks better than the first one. Even though they sprung, it seems they put all their budget into the look and not necessarily into the cast, and that's cool because I think the cast does a good job. I think it works better than just having big names. I think they cast based on who was more right for the role than trying to, get big names attached. I don't care if this says 4.4. I thought that this was good. I'm not saying great. Too small pictures. I think it was good. And I remember when I first watched this DVD, and I don't know, when I was younger, it was one I was younger when I saw it, and I remember like wanting to watch it. It was one of those things I wanted to watch again immediately after. Now, I haven't watched it in years. So time and me getting older, I might think it's total crap now. But at the time I saw this, I remember thinking that it was better than the bigger Flintstone movie. Excuse me. Flying Guillotine and Flying Guillotine 2, Shaw Brothers. They're both on Blu-ray, but these are two of the Shaw Brothers I can't justify. Well, part of the reason is one of them is from 88 Films on Blu-ray, and the other one you have to get from Shout Factory in one of their giant Shaw Brothers boxes, which are like 12 discs, and I don't want the headache. And there are so many volumes, and they're like $125 a piece, and my wallet just can't take it when they put out like 6 volumes or more by now. I love The Master of the Flying Guillotine, which is almost like an unofficial sequel, spin-off follow-up. But Flying Guillotine, I don't know, they didn't really do it for me. As for the Blu-rays, these are Dragon Dynasty, and they are at the tail end of Dragon Dynasty's releases. The early Dragon Dynasty releases had some good special features because they wanted to, they were trying to make a name for, it was still the end of, I guess, the golden age of special editions. But by the time these came out, I guess the first releases didn't sell that well, so when it came to releasing any other Shaw Brothers stuff through Dragon Dynasty, they started doing them completely bare bones, which these are. For your eyes only, not much to say there. James Bond, it's one of those special edition James Bonds. Again, if you get a chance to see one of these special edition James Bond DVDs, again, I have to say, not Ultimate Edition, special edition. They're worth checking out for the menu system because the menu system is amazing. Pam Grier in Foxy Brown. Blaxploitation classic. I did watch it. Honestly, it's not as good as Tarantino's Jackie Brown, which I don't own for some reason. It's definitely a piece of pop culture. Not much to say there. Frankenstein Conquers the World, aka Frankenstein versus Baragon. So Toho Films decided to do a kaiju Godzilla style movie with Frankenstein. Yeah, I know that sounds just stupid on its face. It has to do with a doctor what's their plot that they put? During World War II, a human heart taken from a lab in Europe, Dr. Frankenstein's, is kept in a Japanese lab. When it gets exposed to radiation of the bombing of Hiroshima, the heart grows in size, mutates, and sprouts appendages, and eventually grows into a complete body and escapes. Later, a feral boy with certain physical deformity, a large head with a flat top, because Frankenstein, is captured by scientists who refer to him as Frankenstein. The creature grows to the height of 20 feet, escapes again, fights police and army, is practically indestructible, and later a reptilian monster goes on a rampage, Baragon, and Frankenstein and the creature face off in a terrible battle. Yep, pretty much that's a Toho film. This is a Tokyo Shock release. The price is still where it's been. That's impressive. So this release is a mixed bag. And let me tell you why. Wrong button. Let me tell you why. So the thing about this is there are 3 different versions of the movie. There is the AIP English version. There are 2 AIP versions. There was an AIP English US cut. There was an AIP International cut. And there was the Japanese cut. This one has the Japanese cut subtitled. It's perfectly fine. The international cut and the US cut are where it runs into issues, because apparently Tokyo Shock tried to reassemble them and didn't quite get the scene order right. So you can hear some sound jumps and some things that don't quite fit. So, and I guess I want to say it's either the US cut or the international cut. One of them isn't quite accurate. One of them's accurate, one of them isn't accurate. But this is one of those Toho films that has been pretty much forgotten. And it's surprising it's forgotten because it led to a sequel called War of the Gargantuas. We'll get there eventually. And, well, a spin-off pseudo-sequel. And the character Baragon has been in other Toho stuff. Baragon is in, I think, in Destroy All Monsters. Baragon was in, I want to say, Godzilla Final Wars. Baragon was in Godzilla, Mothra, and King Ghidorah, Giant Monsters All Out Attack. Baragon was in that Godzilla video game we played, Godzilla Monster of Monsters on NES. But this is where Baragon came from. And yeah. And 2007, that's about the time Blu-ray was getting started. So it's sad it's sad that Tokyo Shock wasn't able to deliver a Blu-ray of this before Toho yanked any rights back. Before Toho started to say no-ho to everyone. Yeah, I think that's funny. Frankenstein Unbound. This is a Roger Corman movie that looks high budget but isn't. Raul Julia, John Hurt. It has to do with a scientist like working with time travel, traveling back to well, there it says, to 1817's Switzerland, and where he meets up with a young Dr. Frankenstein who's building the monster. It's basically Dr. Frankenstein versus the monster in a battle in both the past and the future, and a desolate future world. It's an odd duck, but it's worth your time. Is it on Blu-ray? I want to see if this is on Blu-ray. If this is on Blu-ray, I really wish... No, I don't think so. No, it doesn't look like it. Let me see if it is. Frankenstein No, Frankenstein Unbound isn't on Blu-ray. That's too bad. This is a good movie for Halloween. That'd be a good movie. If we were able to do watch-alongs, I'd pick that bad boy up. Oh boy, it's thumb time. It's time for another thumb. So last time we did the Blair thumb, and we did Bat thumb. Now we're on to Steve Odekirk's Franken thumb. So Steve Odekirk, a guy who did Kung Pao Enter the Fist. If you've never seen Kung Pao is amazing, and Kung Pao should be on Blu-ray, and I don't know why it isn't, and it makes me want to punch babies that it isn't. I shouldn't say that out loud. It doesn't make me want to punch babies. It just makes me want to club baby seals. Shouldn't have said that either. So he did 6 of these, and they're like a half hour each, and Franken thumb, I want to say, is the 5th one. And it's not necessarily the best one, but that artwork, if that ain't enough to make you want to, if that ain't enough to, you're going through the list of streaming stuff, and that comes up on the list. If that isn't enough to make you stop and hit play, I don't know what is. Again, this isn't the strongest of them. And if I'm without spoiling too much of it, I want to say, because it came right after Bat Thumb, Bat Thumb made an appearance in it as Franken Bat Thumb. And I don't even remember what that had to do with it. But yeah, there you go. More thumb. There was a box set of these too. I think it was called the Box of Thumbs. Does it show? Yeah. Oh, all thumbs. Okay. Yeah. They did the all thumbs collection. That's awesome. Oh, those are so much fun. Man. Is Kung Pao the Kung Fu with karate? Yes, it's the one with the karate tongue. Yes, and I don't know which of those came first. I don't know if it was the thumb stuff that came first, or it was the or Kung Pao that came first. I'm not sure, but it's pretty much the same thing. He basically apparently thought either in one direction or the other. Well, that was amazing. Yes, that movie is fantastic. And the whole thought of taking that Jimmy Wong Yu martial arts movie and just inserting himself as the main character and redubbing the whole thing, every character with his own voice, that thing was. And then, there's so much to that movie. Having the other, with the new scenes recorded, having them record nonsense dialogue just so that he could then redub the dialogue. So it would all look badly dubbed. Gosh, I need to watch Kung Pao again. That is a crime that is not available on Blu-ray. Freaky Friday. I think this is on Blu-ray as a. This is the original Freaky Friday, not the remake. I want to say this is on Blu-ray as a one of their club exclusives. Let me see. Yeah, it was a club exclusive. Both of them were. Didn't get a high rating, though, so maybe it's a good thing I kept the DVD. Yeah, well, there you go. The French Connection 1 and 2. Okay, so this box set. The original French... It's a 3-disc set, and the reason why is the French Connection was originally released as part of Fox's 5-star collection, and early on with DVD, 2001. So yeah, this time they would release movies, certain ones. They would call it the 5-star collection. They were 2-disc special editions, thick silver alpha pack cases. Alpha pack. It's hard to explain what alpha. Think of a double width DVD case. And they were all THX certified. Back when THX mastered and THX certified meant something. I don't know what to say too much about that. The only things really to say about this are it's available on, were released on Blu-ray, but they are out of print. The second movie feels very different than the first one. The second movie is really super depressing. They were cop movies about stopping a French drug trade, starring Gene Hackman and Roy Scheider. So the Blu-ray is one of the reasons why I kept the DVD. Now the Blu-rays are out of print. The first movie on Blu-ray went through a little bit of hell. So the director, William Friedkin, who I think just passed away, who directed I think he directed The Exorcist also. When the French Connection first came to Blu, well, there's a couple of things which we got to. Okay, I just remembered another one. The French Connection, when it first came to Blu-ray, for some reason, William Friedkin got this idea that I want to change it and I want to make it look like crap. I want to make it look like it was a documentary. I want to take all these shots and change them and blow out the color or make them look faded or make them look fuzzy and add grain. And I want to make it look like it's a documentary compiled by different sources. And Fox, in their stupidity, said, okay. So the first Blu-ray of this intentionally looks like crap. And the cinematographer basically went on, I think, Twitter and everywhere else and, did a what the hell are you doing, denounced the whole thing. So a few years later, Fox reissued it in, I think, a signature edition or something, and with a transfer certified by the cinematographer. So you got 2 editions on Blu-ray. You got one that the director really liked that looks bad, and you got one that the cinematographer liked that looks good. And then the second one on Blu-ray is just the second one on Blu-ray. Both the Blu-rays and the DVDs are uncut. And they are out of print. But what do I mean by uncut? Well, if you watch it streaming now, it's been decided that certain things are in. So there. Okay, how do I put this, chat, in a way that doesn't get me bonked? This movie used a lot of racial slurs. It was supposed to be cops in the 1970s. It was very gritty. It was meant to be sort of a realistic, no holds barred, bare knuckle stuff. And there are a lot of racial slurs, specifically in one or two scenes. And a decision was made for the streaming, and I just... Remember, this is a product of its time, okay? 1971. I think it won the Best Picture Oscar that year. 1971, it's a product of its time. It's a snapshot in history, okay? It's meant to take place in the 1970s. It was made in the 1970s. And it was made in the sort of the brutal... I'm going on this too long. Point is, it had a bunch of racial slurs. When it went to streaming, the decision was made that we can keep every racial slur except the N-word. The hard R, whatever you want to call it. That, to me, makes zero sense, because either all are... I mean, they were all racial slurs. Either all are acceptable or none are acceptable, and... you're not doing anything to help the I hate using the word the conversation, but you're not doing anything to help it by just cutting stuff like that. By cutting something like that, which is part of something that is a snapshot of history. Made no sense to me. As far as I know, it's still that way. As far as I know, all the streaming copies are, whether you pay for them or you're watching it for free, are edited. But the DVDs and Blu-rays are complete. If you're really, if you're desperate to have your additional N-word. Wow, I really stuttered with that. Didn't mean to. Yeah, but French Connection, I'm going to be honest, it won Best Picture. This is one of those things that I purchased because I'd heard about it. I can't say I love it as a movie at all to begin with. French Connection's never... I like cop films, and I like gritty cop films. This one, French Connection's never been my favorite. There's another one which I've got on DVD called The 7-Ups that I think is much better, which also has Roy Scheider in it. But yeah, I think it's one of those things that I hold on to. I hold on to it also knowing that there's censorship with it now, because I almost feel like, anytime they censor one thing, how long is it going to be before they decide, well, let's just ban it altogether? Since, yeah. Y'all know what I'm talking about, right? I don't have to keep going on about the French Connection. I'm not doing it anymore. Okay, French Connection, done. From Russia with Love, special edition. We've already been through it. I keep it for, because I really like these old special editions of the Bonds. Harrison Ford, The Fugitive. The Fugitive movie with Harrison Ford, which was a remake of the TV series The Fugitive. A lot of people don't realize there was a TV series of The Fugitive, and it ran for like 5 seasons or more. Not much to say about this. There are Blu-rays of it that look much, much, much better. G.I. Joe, the complete first series. I do have to say a couple things about this. Darn, every single thing I come to, chat, it's like I need to say something about it, isn't it? I'm sorry for that. Okay, first of all, why is it the first series? Well, this is the original, well, this is basically the original series. 2 seasons. It says 2 movies. Okay, the 2 movies are not in... This doesn't have any movies. Okay, that's not correct. This is the original the complete original series. There was a second series, which was produced by Deke Entertainment. It's where they dropped the American hero part of G.I. Joe and tried to make it more generic for an international audience. I don't know too much about that. I've never really... Well, I think I've seen one episode of that. This is the original, both seasons. It's a little more than 2 seasons. It's actually more like 3 seasons. And I wish it showed... 16 disc. Yeah, it doesn't really say. It's 9 and 95... How many episodes? 95 episodes. Wow. And the way it's packaged, you can't tell from this. This is the original box set. There have been reissues since. The original had them in all of their individual season sort of volumes that Shout Factory released. The only other thing that needs to be said about this is, unfortunately, these are not the proper polished final broadcast versions. So this is what happened with this and with the Transformers. They animated it on film, and then after it was animated on film, they'd take a look at it and realize if there were any animation errors or if there were changes they'd need to make, and they would make a lot of those changes editing it on video. So the final master was on video. Well, for the DVDs of this, I don't think it was in Shout Factory's control. I think it fell under Hasbro's decision. Were made from the original film masters. Well, the film masters are screwed up, and they are screwed up royally. Like, there's one episode I remember where the dialogue and what's on the screen didn't match at all. There was like a note from Cobra that said enjoy their special surprise, and then the dialogue being said was enjoy their deadly secret. So there's a lot of stuff that there are a lot of little animation goofs that are in this that were not on the final broadcast version. So hopefully someday we'll get a set, maybe on Blu-ray, where a proper remaster and reconstruction can be done. And some of that happened with Transformers. And whenever we get to Transformers, we could talk about that. Because we've got a DVD set for the Transformers, too. But yeah, G.I. Joe. Real American Hero. Galaxy Express 39, I have this on... this is in the Blu-ray part of the back library. The only reason I keep the DVD is for the difference in the English dub. For whatever reason, the English dub on the Blu-ray, the songs are in their original Japanese. In the original English dubbed, they were redone in English, and the DVD has the songs in English. I don't know why it was changed for the Blu-ray and why it doesn't have both. That's weird, because Discotech usually... It might have been Toei... It might have been a Toei decision. Hydration break. Just a moment. I need to check something on the previous page. Yeah, I'm going backwards. Doris Day double feature. Okay. Okay, and then we're in F. Oh, okay. So this one they did under G for Gamera. Okay, I see what they did. Go backwards, make it take longer. Oh no. Can it really take any longer? How long have I been? Okay, we're past. We're almost to the 3-hour mark. Hell's bells. Okay, earlier I talked about Gamera versus Monster X, the double feature of that, and Monster from a Prehistoric Planet. This is a second one Retro Media did. The only difference is that other one was on a single double layer disc. This is a double-sided disc. I think it's double-sided. I could be wrong. I'd have to check my disc, and I'm not going to. This is 2 Gamera movies. It's Destroy All Planets and Attack of the Monsters, which are Gamera versus... I think this one's Gamera versus Giron. And that one is Gamera versus... I don't know. We'll just say Gamera versus Steve. The only thing about these editions, like I said before, I keep them because they're based on the AIP TV prints. I originally had them before Gamera stuff was available. And I keep them just... for posterity's sake, and because I like that they just got that old school TV. I don't know. There's a warmth to them. Garzy's Wing anime. I picked this up. Okay, I picked this up on a clearance rack for like $5 years ago. I have never watched it. I don't know anything about. Boy, and what a plot! A young teen gets sent to an ancient land where he has to fight for his life. That's deep. It says from the creator of Gundam. I have never watched Garzy's Wing. I can't tell you anything about Garzy's Wing. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, that's one of those ones I picked up at, well, I said I picked up. I picked up discount. I've just never gotten around to it for some reason. Is it available on Blu-ray? Let's see. Garzy. No, it isn't. Okie dokie then. Gattaca. I'm not a big fan of Gattaca. This is one of those I keep because it's Superbit. I said during the last stream, Superbit were discs put out by Sony that were supposedly enhanced bit rates. It was trying to make things look closer to high definition. High definition TVs were available before you had a high definition video format. So you had high definition TVs while we were still stuck with DVD. So Superbit was made to make those shine a bit more. Show off to your friends. Hey, look what I can do. Especially because at the time there wasn't a lot of high definition even broadcasts, I don't think. Except with a few cable channels. Yeah, that's got to be it. Anything else to say about that? There's got to be something else I was going to say about that. There's got to be. There's something else that was on my mind about Superbit. I can't remember it. So I just keep them because I think they're collectible there. Clint Eastwood, The Gauntlet. Okay, first of all, let me just say they changed the cover on this. The barcodes are identical. But my cover is a later release that has like a Clint Eastwood collection banner on it, but it's the same movie. This Clint Eastwood police officer trying to keep a girl safe, and the whole city is corrupt, and they set up a gauntlet just of basically trying to kill him and kill her. Kill the cop and kill the witness he's trying to protect. It's an older 70s Clint Eastwood fare, 77, yeah. And it was with Sandra Locke. If you've ever read the stuff about Clint Eastwood and Sandra Locke, there's all sorts of allegations that they basically were a couple and that he was promising her all these things for her career. And she's in a ton of movies with him, so it kind of seems true, because when I say she's in a ton, I mean she's in a lot of movies with him. But I guess they broke up, and that was the end of her career, and she blamed him or something like that. I don't know the whole deal, but we'll just put that in. Okay, Toho Master Collection. I keep these for... There's a good reason I keep these. And it is in color. It just doesn't... it shows a black and white picture for some reason. Ghidorah, the three-headed monster. Godzilla versus Ghidorah, the three-headed monster. So, and we mentioned this before with one of the other, with All Monsters Attack, aka Godzilla's Revenge. Classic Media put out these really cool digipack editions of Godzilla movies that had both the Japanese version and the English version. And the English versions, with one exception, and we're coming up to it quick, were they were the full-on Americanized. Well, no, the other one is too. So these were they're basically the versions that now Toho has disowned, and that Toho won't allow to be released on Blu-ray like from Criterion. So in the case of this, Ghidorah the three-headed monster, the US version is slightly shorter. It was edited a bit tighter, and it's dubbed. And this has both versions. The Criterion just has the Japanese version subtitled only. Because Toho is now, yeah. And part of the reason that that's happened, and it's unfortunate, the American theatrical rights to a lot of these fell under something called the Henry Saperstein Library. And those are the ones that used to be, released certain home video releases. I know there were VHSs from Paramount, because I've seen some, and even some laser discs, I think, for Paramount. The Sapper, and they changed hands a lot, but the Saperstein library was basically set to expire. The rights were going to revert to Toho unless Classic Media renewed it. And Classic Media chose not to renew. And as a result, it went back to Toho. And now that means Toho has, for this small section of, let's say 5 or 6, well, let's say a bit more because there's a couple others. Let's say for up to 8 movies of theirs, older ones, Toho now has full control. Now that's, on its face, that seems good, but it's bad because that means Toho doesn't want any of the Americanized, localized, Englishized isn't a word, but I'm calling it anyway, versions to be released anymore. They only want their original Japanese version. So we've lost now those, unless different minds take over at Toho. That's that. This is the last you're going to see of them. Unless different people take over at Toho, these DVDs are and getting older VHSs and Laserdiscs are the last you're going to see of these archival versions of a lot of these Godzilla and other kaiju monster movies. Hydration break. My sore throat's getting worse. This is a bad idea, but I'm going to keep going. Because I got to get through at least 3 pages tonight. I gots to. Ghost in the Shell Special Edition. So y'all know already I got a few different copies of the original Ghost in the Shell movie on Blu-ray. This is a DVD release special edition from Anchor Bay and Manga Entertainment. I hold on to it because it's got a really cool digipack cover with a really nice fold-out poster, and it has special features that are not on the Blu-ray. That's it. So yeah. Ghost in the Shell 2 Innocence music video anthology. This is an interesting one. This is not the movie Ghost in the Shell 2. I don't know how and why this happened, because this is just a bizarre situation. Someone, Universal at the time, I guess, had the DVD rights, home video rights, or DreamWorks had the rights to Ghost in the Shell 2, the movie, and they pretty much botched the home video releases of it. Bandai had the rights to the music. So Bandai released a soundtrack CD, as one does, and they decided I guess with their rights to the music, they had the rights to all these Japanese created music videos of the whole movie soundtrack. And that is what this is. This Blu-ray is just a set of footage from Ghost in the Shell 2 set to the soundtrack of Ghost in the Shell 2 with in really good quality for DVD. I mean, it's lossy, it's compressed, but it's it's really high bitrate, and it is available DTS. DTS on Blu-ray was, I always just a selling point for me, especially when I got my first sound system. DTS was, listen to this. I was young at that time too. In fact, that was my first job. My first job, I bought I wish I still had it, my first sound system. It was like one of those home theater in a box things. So it was the decoder and the speakers, and I wish I would have kept it. I got rid of it when I moved at one point because the speakers were so big, and I wish I would have kept that thing. I wish I would have moved it with me, not because the receiver wasn't great, but those speakers, especially the left and right speakers, those were good. Those were good speakers. Dang, I missed that. But yeah, one other thing about this set, and one thing that makes it nice, it includes the CD soundtrack. So it has the music videos that you can listen through as a DVD audio through your DVD player with the music videos, DVD disc. But it's also got a CD copy of the soundtrack that is identical to the CD copy that was being sold in stores at the time, including inside the box are the inserts for a jewel case. So if you have a spare jewel case, you could pop those in, take the CD out of this case, out of this 2-disc case, and put it with the rest of your CDs. So it was it wasn't just the disc on its own, it was a fully functional, full-on CD copy with all the artwork. Bang on. And that's the main I keep this because it's sort of an oddity. It stays in the back library because it's an oddity, and it stays in the back library because the soundtrack. Okay, Ghostbusters Collector's Edition. This is an early DVD with a really cool feature. 1999. So this is an early DVD release at the dawn of DVD, and also the golden age of special. This is at the dawn of the golden age of special features. If you've seen the Blu-ray streams, you know I've got Ghostbusters on Blu-ray. Why do I keep this old edition? And the Blu-ray, as far as I know, has all the special features from this, except something really cool. Something that wasn't, I think it might have been done with another disc, but wasn't done very much. So it's got an audio commentary track. Who cares? Imagine an audio commentary track with a video overlay encoded through the subtitle track, which is the silhouettes of the motion of the director and producer and one of the co-writers, and Harold Ramis, sitting watching the movie Mystery Science Theater style. The silhouette style of Mystery Science Theater built into the audio commentary track, but built it in as a subtitle track. Now, you can't have the subtitles on at the same time, that means. But that's just such a cool feature, and it's something that wasn't widely done. And I've heard someone mentioned at one point to me another DVD released by Sony/Columbia that did that. But this is the only one I don't know what it was. This is the only one I know of, and it's the only one I have. And I keep it just for that feature. That's stupid to keep it for just that feature. And it is. It's admittedly stupid. But it's one of those things that I keep it because it just feels so unique as an extra. It really does. I wish more companies would have done that. Ghosts of Mars. John Carpenter's Ghosts of Mars. I'm going to call this sort of John Carpenter's last guy. Who are you going to call? Welcome in, Super Shops. Welcome in. Yeah. I love Ghostbusters, and that to me, I don't watch that disc because compared to the Blu-ray, it doesn't hold a candle. But I say that it doesn't look horrible, but it looks aged. It's a DVD from 1999, and it looks like a transfer from 1999. But that special feature is really cool. Ghosts of Mars, John Carpenter's Ghosts of Mars. As far as I know, this was 5.3 stars. This was John Carpenter. It was one of his flops. This was sort of John Carpenter. I hate to say that. John Carpenter at this point, no director wants to hear that their best days are behind him. Maybe he recognized it. I want to say this is the last big thing he directed, because I can't really think of any movie he directed after Ghosts of Mars. Ghosts of Mars is an odd duck. It's very apocalyptic. I think it ends kind of, I don't like the way it ends. And it feels like it's trying to be Escape from New York all over again, but with an outer space setting. With Ice Cube in the role of Snake Plissken. I think that Ghosts of Mars, it's got some interesting things to it. I feel like it's got all these interesting things that are never delved into. It's one of those movies which gives you a whole bunch of mysteries and doesn't answer them. It's almost Phantasm Syndrome, but in the wrong direction. And Jason Statham is in it, but it feels like he's just, I don't know, just kind of there, I guess. I don't know. I need to watch it again. Ghost of Mars, though. Excuse me. It's worth a watch, but Ghosts of Mars, when there's usually aliens, and well, and that's sort of what it's about. It has to do with finding like some sort of ancient, you know, like they always say, the monuments of Mars, like some sort of ancient Mars culture, but it releasing like these like Mars demon type things that possess people and just turn them into psychos who are mutilating, like doing self-mutilation and all sorts of crap, wanting to kill everyone and self-mutilate themselves and bring more people into almost this like cult thing where no one speaks, they just growl. And it's got, I mean, there's so many, and I think the over-under, I think the implication's supposed to be whatever whatever this is, it's what's wiped out the Martians. Maybe that's what it's supposed to be. I don't know. But it, to me, it's one of those, it opens up this big mystery about the potential former culture on Mars and gives you absolutely nothing. It's just, it gives you this, and then it's just trying to stay alive. It's just survival. It's just survival horror. It's survival horror. This is Resident Evil. This is Resident Evil before Resident Evil was a movie. 2001 Resident Evil was already out by then, wasn't it? Yeah, it was already out, I'm pretty sure, as a game. Yeah. And I like classic Carpenter. This, yeah, definitely Last Gasp. Gigi, there's not too much for me to say about this. It's a musical. Lerner and Lowe. I don't remember this musical at all. I know it's a classic musical. I don't remember this musical at all. I think Louis Jourdain's in it, but that's all I remember. Glengarry Glen Ross. ABC, always be closing. Or as we've shown you, GG, yes. This is the French version of GG. Glengarry Glen Ross, that's just, it's, you know, okay, I'm sure there's a Blu-ray of this. I don't think Glengarry Glen Ross really lends itself that, maybe it does lend itself well to a Blu-ray, but I don't know if it does, because it's pretty much a movie that takes place within just a couple rooms. There's not a lot of variation. It's practically just it's practically just a stage play in that term. It's just, it's dialogue at just a few locations. But it's a great movie. I can't really say much about it. Good drama movie about making sales and making a buck. Oh boy. It's thumb time. More thumbs. So this is the final, and I thought this was the weakest, and I need to revisit it. This is the final one of Steve Odekirk's Thumb series. This is Steve Odekirk's The God Thumb. After he did Franken Thumb, he did The God Thumb. And that picture, man. Oh. Oh my gosh, and I never noticed at the top, Stevio Odekirko. I never noticed that he did that with his own name, Steve Odekirk. Okay. So it's a parody of The Godfather that instead of being 3 hours is 30 minutes, and it's all done with thumbs. Thumbs with little tiny faces. And we haven't even gotten to the best of the best of the best of Steve Odekirk's Thumb series. He made 6 of these things. Again, this is the same guy, Steve Odekirk. If you've ever seen it, he did Kung Pao Enter the Fist. If you liked Kung Pao Enter the Fist, see the Thumb things. And if you didn't like, or if you haven't seen Kung Pao Enter the Fist, see Kung Pao Enter the Fist. And if you didn't like Kung Pao Enter the Fist, I mean, you're allowed to like whatever you like and dislike, but I will judge you. Sorry. So there you go, the God Thumb. Okay, Godzilla raids again. This goes back, I mentioned before with Ghidorah, the three-headed monster, and with All Monsters Attack, how Toho said no-ho to releasing the American theatrical cuts. Godzilla raids again is, this is sort of a weird, this is even a weirder situation. So Godzilla raids again, when it was released, this is the one that was butchered, but it's again, time capsule. Godzilla raids again, which is the second Godzilla movie, was not released in the US as Godzilla Raids Again. It was released, a different company had optioned it than the company that did Godzilla King of the Monsters. And they wanted to make it into something completely different because they didn't want it to be like a sequel to that. So they rewrote the story, they hacked it up, they shortened it up, and they changed the title to Gigantus the Fire Monster. And so they renamed Godzilla to Gigantus. And they also swapped, there's another monster in this too, Anguirus, or Anguillus, depending on which version you watch. They swapped their two roars because they didn't want it to still be seen as Godzilla. I don't know why they did what they did, but that's what they did. Now, this says Godzilla Raid... Whoops, I bumped the desk. So Toho, apparently, over the years, when they would allow this English version to be released to home video, including this DVD, they insisted that the title be changed from Gigantus the Fire Monster. So even though the movie itself is Gigantus the Fire Monster, and they never call Godzilla Godzilla, and they call him Gigantus in the American English theatrical cut the whole time, it has the title replaced with a card that says Godzilla Raids Again. And you could tell that's been put in like video quality. It was from a video edit system. You could just tell. You look at it, you could just tell. This DVD has both versions. The current Blu-ray just has the Japanese version. So that's one of those, you know, keep for posterity's sake. Whatever. Godzilla vs. Gigan. There's a better DVD of this. The release, I forget who released it, but they're not a better DVD. There's a better Blu-ray of this. Godzilla vs. Gigan's in the Criterion Collection version, and it's Japanese only. There is another Blu-ray from, it was a division of Sentai, and it has both versions, the dubbed and the Japanese subtitled. It is a superior copy to this one. I don't know why I keep this one except posterity's sake, I guess. I don't know. Maybe it's because this is one of the earlier Godzilla DVDs I had. I'm going to chalk it up to that. Godzilla vs. Hedorah, aka Godzilla vs. the Smog Monster. Same thing. This is the Toho International dub. There's a Blu-ray that does have it and is superior, so I'm not sure why I hang on to this. Now, there is an alternate English dub of this done by AIP, which even had a song called, I think, Save the World, or Save the Earth, which I think was even released on vinyl. I never saw it personally, but I think I read that. That version, sadly, is not available on DVD or Blu-ray or whatnot. There might have been a VHS release. I don't know. Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla. Okay, so this one, there is a reason that I keep it. This is on the Criterion Collection version. It's Japanese, and they have the English dub track, so it's got both versions. Cool. This one is a different scan from the Toho International Master instead of the Japanese Master. So it's got different title cards, which I like to, sometimes if it's something I really dig, on Godzilla I really dig, I'll hold on to for that. It stays in the back library. The other reason is there have been arguments made that the DVD looks better than the Criterion Blu-ray. That Toho of Japan's high definition scan that they gave us and that they have released it doesn't quite do as well as Sony's scan. This was a scan done by Sony. Godzilla vs. the Sea Monster. This falls into the Gigan and Hedera category. It's available on a better Blu-ray. And those Blu-rays, by the way, of these three, Gigan, Hedera, and Sea Monster, are all based on the Sony Masters. Gojira, aka Godzilla. This is one of those I keep for posterity's sake. This is the only one within the Toho Master Collection, these editions, that you don't really need because the Blu-ray has it all. The Blu-ray from Criterion has the either in the collection or individually. It's got the Japanese version and it's got the US theatrical version. That's the one where Toho allows it. I keep this one, I guess, because I've got all the others, so might as well not break up the set. By the way, if you're lurking, thanks for lurking. If you're VOD watching, congratulations on making it this far. I am proud of you, and I mean that, because these streams are just me yapping. So if you want to catch some Z's, if this works as ASMR for you, then, you know, good night. Let's move on. Okay, not much to say about this. Gold Raiders, Meet the Baron. These are two older Three Stooges shorts that were released, I guess, that are owned by Warner Brothers. Gold Raiders, George O'Brien plus the Three Stooges. This one features Shemp, so it's a, you know, post Curly Three Stooges. I don't even remember it. And Meet the Baron. Meet the Baron's the older of the two, 1933. This is sort of the Three Stooges before they were a thing, because they're sort of the lower tier on. You probably can't see it from. Maybe I'll open it just for the hell of it. This is one where the Stooges they weren't even allowed to be their own thing. There was Ted Healy and his Stooges. And I think it has to do with Baron Munchausen. I don't remember. It's been a while since I've watched that. I used to like to pick up Three Stooges stuff when I could, without buying giant collections. Golden Swallow is a sequel, and not very well thought out, to Come Drink With Me. It's not as good as Come Drink With Me. In fact, it feels like the character Golden Swallow is a supporting character in her own movie, and it's more of a Jimmy Wong Yu vehicle, if I'm not mistaken. Shaw Brothers Dragon Dynasty. It is available on Blu-ray, but it's only in the one of those giant Shout Factory set collections that I can't bring myself to touch, because I know I'm going to be in for a nightmare of scratch discs. Oh, Golden Voyage of Sinbad. Darn it. Okay, this is the second of the... I can't get through this stuff, chat. Golden Voyage of Sinbad is the second of the Ray Harryhausen Sinbad movies. There are 3 of them. Seventh Voyage of Sinbad, which was regularly available on Blu-ray. The Golden Voyage of Sinbad was only on Blu-ray as a limited edition Twilight Time exclusive, and I never ordered it. I think it's available, though, in Australia, but in the States, it was a Twilight Time exclusive. I don't have anything Twilight Time as far as I know. This is my favorite of the Sinbads. Starred John Philip Law, who also did Diabolic, Danger Diabolic. It's a really fun. If you want a fun adventure movie other than Indiana Jones, this is a good one for you. Golden Voyage of Sinbad with all of its stop motion effects is a lot of fun. GoldenEye and Goldfinger special. These are the special editions. Same thing I told you. Previous Bond special editions. I keep them because there's just something special, for lack of a better term, about these special editions MGM did for the Bonds. And the menu systems are really cool. Goliath and the Sins of Babylon in widescreen, plus Colossus and the Amazon Queen in full screen. Dubbed English. These are a couple machiste films out of Italy. Italy used to do sword and sandal movies, and they were always called machiste, which I guess translates roughly to macho man. When they were brought to the US, they would always be retitled something like Hercules or Goliath or Samson or Colossus. This set's from Retro Media, using public domain sources that they have restored. Nothing much to say about it. AIP English dubs. I want to say Goliath and the Sins of Babylon, though. Compression's not that great. I want to say it's been upscaled, too, from maybe a letterbox, a 4.3 letterbox master, upscaled to 16.9. So it's got some jagged edges issues. What can you do? Gone with the Wind. I have to just mention this. This stays in the back library for special features. So on Blu-ray, there are a few editions of Gone with the Wind. Most of them are bare bones, or they have just a few special features. There was a big fancy, I think it was called the Scarlet Edition, a big fancy edition on Blu-ray, but it was a giant gift box and was really expensive, and I certainly couldn't justify repurchasing it just that for it, because Gone with the Wind is a mix for me. Gone with the Wind is sort of like Citizen Kane for me. I don't know how you feel about Gone with the Wind, Chatter, if you've even seen it. I mean, I know you've heard of it, but if you've even seen it. Gone with the Wind for me is one of those movies I appreciate, but I just, when it comes to the actual watching of it, it's just not up my alley. And yet I made an effort to, well, I didn't make an effort to. The Blu-ray just kind of fell into my hands because it was a cheapie at Hamilton Books, the one I've got. And this one, though, this is when I originally, or 2004, this might have been, yeah, I think someone in my family, I want to say, yeah, this was probably my mother's that wound up being inherited by me and added to my, inherited sounds like my parents have passed on. What I mean is they've moved past physical media a lot. And I've said this before, a lot of the stuff in the DVD end of the back library is stuff that wound up in my care because they belong to family who don't really do the physical media stuff as much. And since we all live in the same, town, it's easy enough for them, if they ever need it, to borrow. So it always is wound up with me, because I'm the physical media nutter. That's the correct terminology. Nutter. But this edition of Gone with the Wind, big and fancy, 4-disc special edition, loaded with extras. 2 discs for the movie, a third about the movie, a third about the cast. Holy crap, yeah. And I ain't gonna be watching all that. If it ain't Star Trek the Motion Picture... Well, no, there are plenty of special features I watch that aren't Star Trek the Motion Picture. What time is it? It's 11:27. Do you think... Okay, chat, lay odds. Do you think I can get through the next page within 30 minutes? Okay, you know what? Let's try that. Hold on just a moment. We're going to do something. Nope. Okay, well, even though I know there ain't enough, let's go ahead and start a poll. Probably 2 hours. Can I get through one more page in 30 minutes? Question. I don't do polls that much. Yes or no? Yep, that'll work. Start poll. Oakley dokley, there it is. Probably 2 hours. Yeah. That's what I'm afraid of. That's what I'm afraid of, Omegs. Okay, switch back my mouse. I don't know. Maybe we can. Goodfellas. Nothing much to say about this. It's Goodfellas. It's the 2-disc special edition. So a lot of special features. I think they're all on the Blu-ray, but don't hold me to that. The Goonies. I got this on Blu-ray, and I hold on to the DVD because this sort of falls into that Ghostbusters category. The DVD of The Goonies has a really cool special feature. So The Goonies on DVD, and the copy I have is in the original snap case, not the keep case. By the way, hydration break. Ooh, too bad Kimmy isn't here. I see something that Kimmy would be, Kimmy might actually be interested in, once we get to it. But the Goonies, the Blu-ray of the DVD of the Goonies has something that the Blu-ray doesn't have. That's a really cool special feature. And it was with the audio commentary. They had two different versions. They had the audio commentary featuring the director and most of the kid cast, most of the cast of the Goonies. And they had one that was listed as audio commentary with hidden video treasures. The version with hidden video treasures, it was a picture-in-picture mode. It would switch between having the movie full screen and the cast in a little window in the bottom right-hand corner, and between having the movie in the bottom right-hand corner and the cast filling the whole screen, so that you could, see, hey, this is where the cast is now. This is how they look now. Did you have crushes on any of them as a kid? Well, there you go. That was weird. Why did I say it like that? That was odd. But the point is, it was a cool special feature. Instead of just a normal, I hate to say bland, but a normal bland audio commentary, they freshened it up by having the audio commentary showing who was speaking. And that took up a bit of disk real estate. So this disk does, in my opinion, have a few compression issues, which is why I've used this disk a lot of times for testing DVD players. Because there are a few scenes, especially the opening credits, which have what's called mosquito noise, which is some compression artifacting around like text that you see, and they call it mosquito noise because it's like it's buzzing around it like mosquitoes. So I used to use it as a test to pick out players, Blu-ray players, to see which Blu-ray players upscaled DVDs the best. And I still do on occasion, although I didn't, the 4K player I picked up, the Panasonic, I think it's, the Panasonic, I never ran a bunch of good tests for, and I hate myself for that. I just read so many good reviews, I just bought into it. The Graduate, nothing much to say here. It's the, what anniversary edition is this? 40th anniversary edition. DTS audio, I didn't realize that, and it does have the original mono. That's nice. It's the Graduate's on Blu-ray. I don't know enough about the Blu-ray. This was a 2-disc set, but it wasn't much of a 2-disc set. It comes with a CD, but the CD isn't of the full soundtrack. The CD is like Simon and Garfunkel soundtrack highlights. It's got like 3 or 4 songs on it. They wouldn't even spring to give you the full album. So yeah, whatever. The Great Muppet Caper. This was the second Muppet movie. Second theatrical Muppet movie. This is the original DVD edition. There have been, Disney did, now this is out on Blu-ray. Or it was. I don't know if it's out of print because Disney's gonna Disney. It is, there was a remastered DVD at some point. I don't know much about it as far as... I don't know how much better it looks. The thing is, I'm not a big fan of The Great Muppet Caper. I love the Muppet movie, and I really like the Muppet Christmas Carol, and Muppet Treasure Island was good, and there's some things about some of the others that I like, but really, The Great Muppet Caper, I wasn't a big fan of, except Diana Rigg's in it, and Diana Rigg was Mrs. Peel, and we've said before, if you cosplay, if I'm ever at a convention, you know I'm there, and you cosplay as Mrs. Peel, where I can recognize that you are in a Mrs. Peel cosplay, I will be proposing marriage. Remember that, ladies. Seriously, mark it down. I mean, mark it down if you want to. You don't have to feel obligated to mark it down. I'm not, lonely or anything or desperate or whatnot. This is getting weird. Disney's Muppet. Okay. Okay, it is on Blu-ray. It's in a double feature with Muppet Treasure Island. How much is it? Is it still in print? Yeah, I guess it is. Of Pirates and Pig. That's an odd choice. Disney does some really odd double feature things. A lot of companies do. Mill Creek does the worst of them. Oh, wow. We got no at 100%. We got 1 vote. Oh, this is making me feel so... Oh, dear. Okay, The Greatest American Hero. I'm not going to spend too much time on The Greatest American Hero. I'm not trying to rush through these. Greatest American Hero on Blu-ray. This is the complete series, and it also has the pilot episode for The Greatest American Heroine. The Greatest American Heroine was a very bad idea to bring back The Greatest American Hero. So what was The Greatest American Hero? The Greatest American Hero was at the time of Superman the movie, around abouts 1981, 1982, around when Superman the movie was all the rage. ABC, I guess, wanted a superhero thing. Stephen J. Cannell, who had done a bunch of TV shows, mostly actioners, they wanted it from him, and he wanted to do a comedy, and so he did a superhero comedy. It was a superhero comedy about a school teacher who is discovered by UFOs, by a UFO, who give him this set of a superhero costume that's basically just look like pajamas, and he loses the instruction manual on his way back home. So he doesn't know how so here he is supposed to be using this suit to save the world, and he doesn't know how the special powers work because he lost the instruction manual. It ran for 3 seasons, and it's uneven because, for one thing, they changed his character name. He was Mr. Hinckley. They changed him to Mr. Hanley. Why did they change him to Mr. Hanley? Because John Hinckley tried to assassinate Ronald Reagan, and they were afraid that everyone was going to think, oh, they're the same guy or something. That's just stupid. The series, it started out, it was good and sort of funny and tongue-in-cheek. Second season, it tried to be more superhero-y, and I guess that was ABC trying to do that. I don't remember the third season. I don't remember all the episodes. I need to watch them again. One of the bad things, I do need to watch them again. I've kind of been holding out because I'd like a Blu-ray, and I'd like a set that isn't copyright compromised. So, The Greatest American Hero is one of those cases where the DVDs have had a lot of music changed because of copyright issues, because they didn't want to pay. Anchor Bay, I guess this was released through Anchor Bay, didn't want to pay for the music rights. Or Stephen J. Cannell Productions, if it was on there, and didn't want to pay for the music rights. That sucks. Now, The Greatest American Hero, I think it's still available. It's from Mill Creek now, so you can expect even worse compression. These original sets, they were nice. They're very shiny boxes, which unfortunately get dull because of humidity and stuff. And yeah, I don't know. There's something about the paper and the shiny foil stuff where you always have to wipe them off, and a lot of times it doesn't clean off. It's unfortunate. It makes them look very dirty when they're not. And feel weird too. I don't know if y'all know what I'm talking about, but I'm sure some of y'all have encountered like foil things that get that way. But they were boxed, and the discs were all in slim packs or thin packs. The third season, my box doesn't work anymore. You can't see it on it probably, but the third season, okay, so it's got a button where you press here for the theme song, and the box would sing like a couple verses of the theme song. The internal battery just died eventually. It wasn't from me pushing it over and over again as much as I should have. Greatest American Hero. The theme song is a big deal about it, because the theme song, which was just titled the theme to The Greatest American Hero, but has since been called Believe It or Not, was a bit of a hit. It wound up being popular apparently on the radios. It became a pop culture thing too. In fact, there's a Seinfeld episode where George Costanza has his answering machine set to the theme of The Greatest American Hero, where he's singing Believe It or Not, George isn't home, please leave your message at the beep. Yeah, that's the theme to The Greatest American Hero. Believe it or not, I'm walking on air. I should do that at a future karaoke, because it's a one-hit wonder, awesome song. And I think it's one of those songs that costs a pretty penny to put in movies too. I know it was in, I heard it just recently in something with Ryan Reynolds. I don't remember. Okay, I'm getting distracted. Greatest American Hero, worth your time. Greatest Show on Earth, Cecil B. DeMille's Greatest Show on Earth, which is apparently train disaster. Okay, so it's about the it was about the Barnum and Bailey and Ringling Brothers. I don't remember it at all. I know I saw it at some point, but this is another one that I'm pretty, yeah, this is another one that was one of the inherited ones from family. Greystoke, Legend of Tarzan. I think this is on Blu-ray. Greetings, Mari. Welcome in. Welcome in. We have been yapping now for, holy crap, 2 hours 40, or no, excuse me, 3 hours 40 minutes. My throat is sore, and yet I'm not stopping. How are you, Mari? I haven't been here in so long. Yeah, I know. We missed you. Missed you last night during Lobotomy Corporation. Exhausted, I can imagine. I can imagine. How am I? Doing okay. Been planning on making some schedule changes, which I was talking about at the beginning of the stream. So start gearing up for that. It's good to see you, and I hope you're doing well. I hope everything's working out. And I hope you'll was trying to catch up on sleep. I missed. Oh, hey, that's good. I'm glad you. I'm happy if you were able to catch up on sleep, because I, like you said, you've been exhausted, and with everything you've been dealing with, IRL and everything else, you need that. So I really hope you've been able to get some rest. But it's good to have you here. We missed you. Greystoke. Not much to say about this. It's a Tarzan movie. It says romance, drama, and adventure. It's much less romance and more, or much less adventure and more romance and drama. I think it's on Blu-ray. Yeah, glad you got some good eep. Definitely. I think it's on Blu-ray from Warner Archive Collection. This is one of those things I wish I loved it, because a lot of people really like it, but I just think it's boring. It's more of a romance drama Tarzan than an adventure, and yeah, boring Tarzan to me. Gunfight at the OK Corral, nothing much to say about that. There is a Blu-ray of this, and I think there's a 4K release. Checking it. I'll be back and forth playing Love in Deep Space again. Tell it while watching. Well, make sure, try to get them to put their shirts back on. We don't want them getting cold. Have fun, Mari. And thank you for stopping by, and thank you for any lurking. Gunfight at the OK Corral. Okay, there is a 4K disc. It must be from Kino. They won't do it. That's unfortunate. I mean, unfortunate for them. Maybe you're cool with it. Why does it keep looking like my eyebrows are up? I'm resetting my camera a bit. Boom. Okay. I pulled one without a shirt. He's probably so cold. I've never played a gotcha game, and I'm pretty sure that one will not be my first. Okay, yeah, so Gunfight at the OK Corral's on Blu-rays and DVDs, or it's on Blu-ray and a 4K. That's one of the ones I inherited. That's one of the ones from my, please play it, I beg of you. We'll see. Well, okay. I'm gonna say a we'll see, just because, like I've said, I am going to be reorganizing my schedule, and I am going to be making some content changes. So maybe we'll find a way to work that in, and maybe we can even work that in as a punishment stream for me. Maybe we'll put that on a Batsu wheel. I'll have to do a Batsu wheel at some point. And oops, I bumped the desk. My apologies. So yeah, Gunfight at the OK Corral. I'm pretty sure that's one of the ones that that's an inherited one. I like westerns, but I didn't buy that because I've never been a Burt Lancaster fan. If anyone in the audience knows who Burt Lancaster is, that is. Guys and Dolls, nothing much to say about it. It's the musical Guys and Dolls. If I forced you to play Lobotomy Corporation, I could force you to play Love and Deep Space. That's probably true. I'm not, you know what? I can't argue with that logic. All right, how much is it? But I'm just gonna see. Is it free or do I have to pay something for this? And Deep. Okay, it's not on Steam. I'll have to see where it is. Let's see. Where's the PC edition? Love and Deep. It's mobile. Okay, I'd have to find a way to. I'd have to work on getting mobile emulated to PC, or I'd have to see about capturing stuff from my tablet. So I'll have to look into it from there. It might be a little more tricky. I'll look into it. I know some people use mobile emulators for it. I'd like to, but it's free. Is it free? Okay, well, that's good, because at least if I'm going to be punished, I'd rather be punished without my wallet being punished too. My wallet's been going through enough lately. Oh, Guys and Dolls, the only thing to mention about it is this is a nice deluxe edition. It doesn't show it, but it has booklets and oops, stop. I don't want to subscribe. It's got booklets and stuff. And yeah, new from 580. I want to say I only paid like $5 for this edition. Free is always best. Yes, free is best. In fact, the game, the Rage game from the other day that I did wind up quitting and losing. You have to win the game. That was free. Guys and Dolls, guess which is lonely? Oh, you know, it's a good, I'm going to tell you, Super Shop, it's a good it's a nice DVD release. Oh, that was free? Yes, the sequel, though, Super Win the Game, is not free. Yeah, it was free. It was free. It shouldn't have been free. Yeah, it's pretty good. It should not have been free. That's true. Yeah, Guys and Dolls, it's a nice edition. But the truth is, I have not watched Guys and Dolls in so long. In fact, I think I guess what else is free? I don't know where I'm going with this. I don't know where you're going either. Beneath a Steel Sky, that's free. And that's actually there. Okay, a game recommendation, chat. If you're looking for a point and click game that is 100% free, it used to be commercial. They made it free to help with Scum VM. Beneath a Steel Sky is 100% free. I should stream that someday because I've played it briefly. I've never played through it. Moving on. Okay, H.G. Wells, The First Men in the Moon. This is a Ray Harryhausen thing again, so a lot of good stop motion effects. 1964. I could recommend seeing what it's like to sail the high seas of the inner. Ah, yes, I understand what you say. Yes, there are plenty of ways to make things free, but if they're free from the get-go without having to force the issue, that's always better. The lucre is better when it's not filthy lucre. I don't know what I'm saying. First Men in the Moon. This is a good H.G. Wells story about and Ray Harryhausen with the stop motion effects. Good job on this one. And I think if there is a Blu-ray, I don't know if there's a Blu-ray. If there was a Blu-ray, I should have picked up. It might be a Twilight Time exclusive again. That would be very out of print. But about like in the early 1900s. Experimental rocket making it to the moon and accidentally killing all the moon creatures with human viruses. And 1964, so this came out just before we did the real moon landing. So that's, yeah. Okay, Halloween. Yeah, I've got it on Blu-ray, but and on a couple different editions. I always hold on to this one. This one I had, I had as a kid, much to my parents' chagrin. This is one of the Dawn of Blu-rays, 1999. It is a limited edition from Anchor Bay. It had a lenticular cover that changes from a picture of Michael Myers to the classic poster. Double disc set, limited to how many copies? How many was it? 50,000? It didn't say. I think it was 50,000 copies. It had two versions of the movie, one of which is mislabeled. First of all, it claims to have the television version. It doesn't. It is an extended version, which is a sort of an amalgamation of the theatrical cut with the added scenes that were made for the television cut, and the first time they were ever seen in widescreen. Second, it's got the theatrical cut of the movie in still arguably the best color of any release. Now, the current Blu-ray, 4K Blu-ray release has a Blu-ray disc that claims to have the classic color, or the I don't know, the home video it claims to have the same color timing as this. It's close. It's close. But this one also has compression issues and doesn't look 100% perfect because it is again, early Blu-ray, 1999, Dawn of Blu-ray stuff, and this was a blow the doors of the off the sucker, welcome to the special edition era type Blu-ray. And I keep it just because of what it is, and because of my own nostalgic ties to it. Because like I said, had this one as a kid, paid for it with allowance money. I want to say it was something I convinced my dear sweet mother to purchase for me, and my father was not very approving. But she'd seen the TV version, so she didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Hannibal. Okay. Sequel to Silence of the Lambs. I don't know why I keep this. I'm going to tell you right now. The Hannibal Lecter movies. I love Manhunter. I really like Silence of the Lambs. I don't like the rest of them. I did not like Hannibal. Hannibal bothered me. Especially the stuff with Ray Liotta's character with eating his brain, parts of it while it's still alive. I didn't like... Hannibal just didn't do it for me. I know a lot of people like... I didn't care. No. Not my thing. Hannibal Rising. This was a movie that a lot of people have skipped, and that's cool. Hannibal Rising is a prequel that's supposed to do an origin story of Hannibal Lecter. It does something I absolutely hate, and that is it tries to humanize him. Instead of us having this character who just is frankly evil, it tries to explain that bad things happened to him and they made him into a monster. You know, play me the smallest violin in the world. I get so tired of that. And this movie really, in my opinion, this movie sucks. And that's not the only reason. There's a lot of things. Some of the things with the murder, the killings in it are I mean, it's Hannibal. You expect it to be gruesome, but some of them just really, like with strangling someone, the way it happens, it just, there's stuff that's uncomfortable. Sort of the introduction to the cannibalism, the way it goes on, it's just, it says right here, if you read it, it says, after the death of his parents during World War II, young Hannibal Lecter moves in with his beautiful aunt and begins plotting revenge on the barbarians responsible for his sister's death. The barbarians that are responsible for his sister's death is sort of the beginning of the Hannibal the Cannibal stuff, and this movie sucks. 5.7 stars, doesn't deserve that. Why do I keep it? I don't know. I think I keep it here because I've got the other Hannibals mostly on DVD. The only ones on Blu-ray I have are the masterpiece that is Manhunter and Silence of the Lambs. I don't care for the others, and this one especially. And yeah, I don't think a lot of people are even aware this one exists. And it's one of those ones I that was picked up on DVD blind buy. Because, you know, the other Hannibal movies had been picking them up, thought they were good. Let me grab this. No. Happy Halloween, Scooby-Doo. I want to say this is the last of the Scooby-Doo movies I have on DVD, or as far as the latest ones, because the newer ones, they've gotten a little bit worse. It was okay. I don't remember much about it. I remember it was okay. John Woo's Hard Boiled. This is a fantastic freaking action flick. If you have never seen Hard Boiled, you owe it to yourself to do so. This is the Dragon Dynasty 2-disc Ultimate Edition, which has a lot of special features. I think there's some discrepancies on the print and maybe on the translation. I don't know for sure, because there's been a lot of editions over the years, and it's sort of like the good, the bad, and the ugly, I think, where none of them is right. Now, that being said, I want to say, I don't know if it's Kino or, I don't think it's Criterion. It's either Kino or Arrow. I don't think it's Eureka or 88. It's got to be Kino or Arrow. Recently acquired, or maybe it is Shout. It might be Shout. Shout, Kino, or Arrow. Recently got the rights to the library of the Taiwan, I think it's Taiwanese company, or Hong Kong. Taiwanese or Hong Kong company that owns this. So we're going to see a good Blu-ray of Hard Boiled soon. There is a Blu-ray from Dragon Dynasty as the same Ultimate Edition. I don't know much about the Blu-ray. I know it's not supposed to be the greatest Blu-ray, so if you got the DVD, you might as well stick with the type thing. The Beatles, Hard Day's Night. Oh, by the way, anyone who voted in that poll, and who voted yes, I'm telling you, unfortunately, I think you're going to be wrong, because we're almost at the 30-minute mark. The Beatles, A Hard Day's Night. This has since been reissued by Criterion, and it is on Blu-ray unless it's out of print. This is the original Miramax Collector's Edition, which was my mother's. It got added to my collection. I've never been a big Beatles fan, but I do think both of the, excluding Yellow Submarine, the animated one, I do think both of the Beatles movies were pretty good. They're better, I think, than most of the Elvis movies. It was directed by Richard Lester. In fact, it was kind of Richard Lester. I think it was the thing that really was his first big explosive hit. Who went on to do the Three Musketeers, the Four Musketeers, and Superman 2 and Superman 3, and the Return of the Musketeers, where a cast member was killed and then he stopped directing. But Hard Day's Night, if I remember, this is a nice DVD. Okay, a hydration break before we talk about the next one, because the next one's kind of cool. Who's that I see? Is that Harry Potter? No, that's just a bad accent. Yes, that's Harry Potter. Okay. You know, and Omegs and anyone else, it's too bad Kimmy isn't here, because Kimmy would probably have appreciated this. This is the Harry Potter interactive DVD game Hogwarts Challenge. It is a set-top video game of Harry Potter. Great family adventure with your DVD remote. Now, the truth is, I have never played it. This is one of those things I've been sitting on. In fact, this is one of these things I've been sitting on a lot of. I wound up through certain circumstances with a box of like 8 of these. So I've got like 8 copies of this, one of which is mine, but I've never actually played it. It is an interactive DVD game. You play through your DVD player and remote to play to play 14 different games with up to 4 players. Destiny's in your hand, wizard in training, remote control, magic wand, based on the first 3 Harry Potter movies, including bonus clips from Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire and Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix. Loaded with immersive interactivity and lets you experience life and adventures of Hogwarts students. 1 to 4 people can play, each choosing their skill level, so fans of all ages. Master the world, collect the most points for your house and win Quidditch World Cup tickets. Are you ready? Yeah, so you got, now I don't know how using something like Wandering Wand with your remote will work, but yeah, so there you go. Set-top DVD game of Harry Potter. And really, you can buy it pretty cheap. I mean, I might have several of these, but you can buy it pretty cheap. It's only $6. I picked them up, I could tell you, I picked them up at a Dollar Tree. I picked them up at a Dollar Tree, and I picked up all the ones they had, and I just decided to say I'm number one. I was doing the scalper thing, partially. I was partially doing the scalper thing, and I was also thinking they could make great gifts. Something like this is a gift, because it's so random. But yeah, there you go. Harry Potter, the DVD game. I've never played my copy. The only thing I've played on DVD is pretty much things like Dragon's Lair. Harvey Birdman, Attorney at Law, Volumes 1, 2, and 3. I really enjoyed Harvey Birdman, Attorney at Law. Admittedly, some of the episodes I don't like as well now as I used to because of some of the political undertones. But I thought Harvey Birdman was a really funny show. I really miss the old Adult Swim stuff. When you had two flavors of Adult Swim, you had the anime flavor of Adult Swim, and you had the Williams Street Productions, for lack of a better way to put it. Yeah, well, they all did wind up as Williams Street, I think. Excuse me. So things like Space Ghost Coast to Coast and Harvey Birdman, Attorney at Law, and C-Lab, and Aqua Teen Hunger Force, #1 in the Hood, G. So yeah, all 3 volumes, the complete series. The Best of He-Man and the Masters of the Universe. We already did the best of... Did we already do the best of She-Ra? I don't know if we did. No, we did the best of Brave Star. Okay, well, this is just it's a collection of 10 fan-picked episodes of He-Man. It was released by BCI Eclipse. It has a really fancy digipack cover and some art cards. Has some neat special features, but then it has problems. There are compression issues. It's got a lot of block noise. That's #1. #2, the masters they used were PAL video masters, which apparently were the only ones that exist. Well, now PAL is... The show is supposed to be 24 frames per second. PAL speeds everything up to 25 frames per second. When they released this DVD set, and this is true with Brave Star, and it's true with She-Ra when we get to it. When they released this set, they left it 25 frames and just converted that to the NTSC frame rate of 29.97. So it's got a bunch of ghosting, and it has been sped up. If they had just taken the time to slow them down by 1 frame per second, which I myself have done with stuff. I did it once with a show called Black Star for fan-made preservation. If they had just slowed the PAL masters down to the film frame rate, you'd have no ghosting, the audio would be the right rate, everything would be perfect. But as they are, they're sped up, they have lots of ghosting, and they're filled with compression problems. Too bad. And that's true with the series set that they released, and Mill Creek has released a series set which is out of print since, which is also same thing. Heavy Traffic I have not watched. I don't know what to say about it. It's Ralph Bakshi. Ralph Bakshi did Wizards. He did the animated Lord of the Rings. He did Fire and Ice, all 3 of which I love. But he also did Fritz the Cat, which is an animated movie just based, I guess, on some on some adult comic series, and it was a rated X. It was the world's first, I think, it billed itself as like the first rated X animated movie, and it's just a bunch of cats having sex. This is another one of his adult animated movies, Heavy Traffic. I don't know what it's rated. I want to see. Is it rated R? Because it probably, if it's Ralph Bakshi, only a few things of his shouldn't be. Rated R, yeah. 1973, rated R. I don't know what it's even about. Underground cartoonist contends with life in the inner city, where various unsavory characters serve as inspiration for his artwork. I think it was meant to be Heavy Traffic. From what I remember reading, it's meant to be like an animated, stylized, fictionalized autobiography. Ralph Bakshi doing an animated version of his life, including making the main character look like himself. Let's see if your legs are good. Holy Hannah, okie dokie then. Yeah, not much to say about that. Hell Comes to Frogtown. I think this is on Blu-ray. Let me check. I think it might be Arrow. Let me check. Hell Comes to Frogtown. That looks okay. Is it still okay? 2019, 2023 limited edition Polish. Okay, I don't know what that is. Oh wow, it's Vinegar Syndrome, and it's really out of print. Are any of the editions still in print? That one's not. Hell Comes to Frog. Okay. Let me do Polish variants. Okay, no. So it's out of print. This is an old Anchor Bay release of Hell Comes to Frogtown. Hell Comes to Frogtown came out after, it stars Rowdy Roddy Piper, the wrestler. It came out after he did They Live, the John Carpenter movie. And it's about a man who is like, I want to say he's an ex-con. And he's been cryogenically frozen, but they've thawed him out because in order to preserve like human population, he still has working, how should I put this? He has working junk, and so now he has to rescue the last 10 fertile women on the earth. He's like the only fertile man left on the earth, and he has to rescue the last 10 fertile women on the earth from Frogtown and make them pregante. Yeah, you heard that right. In fact, here, let's read. The film is set in a post-apocalyptic wasteland where few fertile men and women exist due to atomic fallout, and as a result, the government places a high priority on those that could still breed. Shortly before the movie opens, a group of mutant amphibians who have been exiled to the desert by humans capture a group of few fertile women and are using them as sex slaves. Yeah, pretty much. And in addition to that, pretty much all of the women who aren't really fertile, they're trying to jump Roddy Piper's bones as well, because they're all hoping that he can, you know, give them be the spark regardless of fallout. So yeah, this is the thing. Hot. Ayo hot. Yeah. I really should have picked up the Blu-ray of this one, but this is the old DVD release. Yeah, okie dokie. Moving on, the Hellbenders. It's a spaghetti western, a weird spaghetti western kind of. It was good. I don't remember. Not much to say about it. Spaghetti western. It is available on Blu-ray, and I think there's a 4K version coming out. So apparently, it's gotten a big audience. This is the original Anchor Bay release. Well, no, this is the second release. Anchor Bay changed the cover art. The disc is the same, but this is the one with better cover art. Hellboy, the director's cut. So I've got the director's cut of Hellboy on Blu-ray, but I keep the DVD for a very important reason, and that's special features and a half. So the Blu-ray of Hellboy only has is a single disc and only has a few special features from the DVD. The DVD of Hellboy was in a big gift pack, had a little book, and was 3 discs. It was 1 disc for the movie. Yes, and this is the POG edition if you want all the extras. Because this one had, it didn't have the theatrical cut, neither does the Blu-ray, but it had It had 2 discs of special features plus an excerpt from Diary of Grigory Rasputin. It had a booklet and every special feature you could ever imagine. And the Blu-ray doesn't even have. The Blu-ray pretty much has it's got well, let's just say it's got like a third of what's on this set. Sony dropped the ball with the Blu-ray. And yet this is still cheap. You can see right there, new from $12.57. This set, Sony overestimated how many would sell. And you think, well, why would... well, it's Hellboy. Why didn't it sell? Well, the problem was this was a double dip. Sony released a 2-disc special edition of the theatrical cut. And then about a year later, they released this 3-disc director's cut gift set. Anytime a studio does that, there's no... They always think that they're going to get they seem to think they're going to get almost the same amount of purchasers for the double dip as they got for the original. Unless the original is a total crap show, that's not going to happen. And even if it is a total crap show, it's still unlikely because there's always the audience of people who they just want the movie. They don't care about much else. And that's fine. But yeah, cool edition of Hellboy. The Beatles Help. This was on Blu-ray. It's out of print. I think it's out of print. I do want to see. Help, the Beatles. Okay. I'm sure it is. $27.52, no. Temporarily out of stock, but no, it's not out of print. Okay. Yeah, it's not out of print. Okay, never mind. In any case, Help, the Beatles. This is the second Beatles movie. It's the one that John Lennon hated. Now, I'm not the biggest... I've said before, I'm not a I'm not a Beatles fan, and I'm really not a John Lennon fan. I think George Harrison did the stuff that I was probably most partial to. He did a song called My Guitar Gently Weeps. I love that song. I would do a karaoke of it, but since I can't play guitar, it seems weird singing about guitar when I've never even touched one. Learn the guitar just for karaoke. No. It's as for this edition, it's a digipack and it's a really thick cover. It's like chipboard. It's a thick. I think it's I want to say it's a digibook. A digibook on DVD, which isn't super common. This I've actually got 2 copies of, and they're both different, and unfortunately the bluray.com website only shows 1 edition. This is Hercules Against the Moon Men in widescreen. This was from Retro Media. Hercules Against the Moon Men was one of the Machiste movies that they renamed to Hercules. Became sort of famous as a bad movie because of Mystery Science Theater 3000 and other things. I think, holy Hannah, that's a high price. Maybe I should sell mine off. So Retro Media released 2 editions. Their first edition was remastered. It was 4:3. It was not widescreen, and it was remastered from a 16mm television print, an AIP TV print. Their second release, they had an actual widescreen master, 16:9 enhanced. So, and I have both. I wasn't able to put them both here, and those are some of those things that I just keep because they're fun. But now that I see that price, I'm thinking it might be time to put it on the eBay. Hero and the Terror. It's a Chuck Norris movie that's kind of okay. What do you say about Hero and the Terror? I think it was Quentin Tarantino was doing an audio commentary on for something, and they were talking about Chuck Norris, and they were talking about Hero and the Terror, and the comment was made how the Terror isn't that terrifying and the hero isn't very heroic. And it basically, that seems to be the case. It's like the hero, Chuck Norris, just has super PTSD from encountering this villain named the Terror, and now he has to face him again. And the Terror really isn't that terrifying, except he just like kills women and collects them as dolls, which is terrifying. But it's not, you know, it doesn't scream terror. And he's really large. He was played by the same guy who played Non, the giant supervillain in Superman 2. So I don't know what the deal is with this and legal rights. The High and the Mighty. I need to mention this John Wayne movie just slightly because it's a weird case. I don't know why this isn't on Blu-ray. So The High and the Mighty, it was an airplane disaster movie starring John Wayne. As far as I know, it was never released to VHS, which is frickin' bizarre. It wasn't released to Laserdisc. And this DVD here, which came out in 2005, this 2-disc special edition, is the only home video release it's had. And it says the aspect ratio has been changed. It's not. It's in widescreen. I don't know why it says that. I believe it is owned. The distribution is completely owned by the John Wayne estate. And I really wish that would have been the case with the Alamo. If the Alamo was owned by the John Wayne estate, we wouldn't have to worry about it being unrestored. We'd just have to worry about it being unavailable. And I'm not sure what the deal is, but there's something where it's been difficult to get release rights from the John Wayne estate for some of these things. So it never saw home video releases. Maybe they just wanted too much money. I'm not sure. But The High and the Mighty, from what I understand, was considered a big deal. I want to say it was Academy Award winning or nominated disaster movie from 1954. So it's like the movie Airport, but it predates Airport. In fact, it might, who knows, maybe it's one of your earlier airplane disaster movies. We'll just put it in that category. Nice DVD, and it's sad that it's not on Blu-ray, and it's odd because most of these John Wayne collection things, including the official restoration of McClintock, which I think McClintock, however you want to pronounce it, which fell into the John Wayne estate category. I think it's on Blu-ray, but for some reason The High and the Mighty isn't. Not sure what the deal is there. High Noon, I mentioned this earlier. High Noon is a Western that was a big hit, and it's sort of become, unfortunately, there's a lot of politicizing about the communist ties with the writer of it and whatnot. I will be honest, it's got high ratings. I've never been a big fan of it. It's been remade in different ways over the years, but the story is it's a sheriff who's basically a retired marshal, must defend his town from a revengeful villain. It's this retired marshal or semi-retired marshal, and no one in the town will help him. They all want him to run away, and he refuses. He's basically kind of portrayed as a coward. He's a coward, though, who also won't run away. He's a coward. He's frail, but he's also, he's like afraid to die, but willing to die. I don't know how to put it. I get why it resonates, but it never really resonated with me. And if anything, I preferred one of the remakes. There was a sci-fi remake with Sean Connery called Outland, which I liked a lot more. Yeah, I don't know. I've always had a mixed feeling about it. Highlander 2, the Renegade version. Okay, I keep this one for posterity's sake. Screw you and your 4.5 rating. That shouldn't apply to that. Highlander 2's ratings between the theatrical cut and the director's cut should be separated. This is the first attempt to reconstruct Highlander 2 into a version that makes sense. Later, there was a special edition that added new special effects and was good on its face, but also has a lot of technical problems with upscaling because they didn't have the money to do what needed to be done. So it's like a George Lucas special edition if he had added new special effects without ever restoring the footage. That's the best way I could put it. This one, this was originally released on Laserdisc and VHS. The DVD is a really, really old. This is a 1997. Holy crap! Yeah, this is a dawn of DVD and a half edition. It is different than the special editions visually and some of the audio. In fact, this one has some audio bits that are a little bit better. It is non-anamorphic widescreen. So it's just a 4:3 letterbox because it was based on the Laserdisc transfer. And it was a Republic Pictures DVD who are completely out of business, and then they were bought by Artisan, who was then turned into Lionsgate. That's pretty much all I could say on that. And this is one of those cases where I always laugh about THX, about when I say when THX used to mean something. This falls into the category of THX not really meaning anything because it's a non-anamorphic transfer on a dawn of DVD disc. That THX mastering applies to the original when it was on VHS and Laserdisc, and I could buy that. But on DVD, it's hard to swallow with something that's clearly substandard. The Hobbit. This is not the Peter Jackson The Hobbit. This is the Rankin Bass animated The Hobbit. This is the first edition, which is in a snap cover. And yeah, it is the animated, this is the animated made-for-TV The Hobbit movie, which is, by all accounts, pretty accurate to the book. And it's only 78 minutes long, but it's, I don't know, I think it's more fun to watch this one than the Peter Jackson. This is a fun, the animated Hobbit, there's something so super nostalgic about this. I didn't really grow up with it. Well, yeah, I did as a younger, but I mean, I didn't grow up with it. I'm not a boomer, so I didn't see this in 1977. There are some issues with the DVD that I have been made aware of from reading on online forums. First of all, there is a segment of it which is restored from like a second generation source where you can see the quality go way, 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 way down for like 3 minutes. Secondly, there are some issues with the sound. Apparently, the sound mix on this is not accurate to the original broadcast and is worse than the old VHS releases. It is missing some sound effects for reasons that are unknown. There is a deluxe edition. As far as I know, that deluxe edition that was released is not remastered. It's the same master, and it does not, and I do know for a fact it doesn't have the audio fixed. And the special features it has doesn't even have anything to do with it. It has like a bonus Looney Tunes cartoon. What does that have to do with The Hobbit? And that was one of 2 Rankin Bass Hobbit movies. They also did Return of the King. They didn't have the rights to the rest of the Lord of the Rings. And they did it as if it was a sequel to The Hobbit, which is kind of weird, but kind of works, kind of doesn't. Hydration break. Oh, yeah. I might as well end that poll because that poll is completely wrong. To those of you who thought that I was going to finish in 30 minutes, thank you for having such faith in me, but you were wrong because we're nearing the 1 hour mark. Thank you for your faith. It has been noted. You have no faith, Omex. Well, you're a realist. You're a realist, but everyone who had faith and was not a realist, you know, thank you. You know better now, but thank you. Hologram Time Traveler. This is another set-top DVD game, and oh, I wish we had a Blu-ray. I wish we had this on Steam or something. So Hologram Time Traveler, I'm going to leave it to you. Holy crap, 129. You can't even find a copy of it. They did a DVD release of this. The original version, if you could see from this. So when this was in arcades, it was, again, an interactive movie that ran through a Laserdisc, and it was released in arcades by Sega. And the arcade machine looked like this, because what it did is it had the human characters were there were a bunch of mirrors, and it reflected them up so that they looked like they were holograms standing on there, almost like little action figures fighting it out. And like Dragon's Lair, it was the illusion of interactivity. This is a Blu-ray version of it. It claims to be 3D. It's not really super 3D. It has 3D glasses. All it does with 3D is you can see these little geometric shapes. It just kind of makes those 3D and nothing else. I would love to see some sort of a modernized port of this. I've got a version that runs through an emulator, which actually is made. It ripped the files from the DVD in order to make it. So it's tied in with the DVD, so I'm glad I have it. But yeah, this was Rick Dyer, the same guy who did Dragon's Lair. This was his next big thing, and I remember seeing this machine once in an arcade, and it was damn expensive. This thing, if I'm not mistaken, the arcade, when I saw it as a little kid, it was $1 a play. I think I played it one time, and I died almost instantly, so that was $1 wasted. But it's awesome. And I think Sega repurposed some of these into some sort of fighting game or something called the Holosseum. I'm going to look that up. We're going to do Moby Games real quick. We're going off on a quick tangent. Moby Games. Moby Games. What the heck? Take this Moby Games survey. 100. Okay. Holosseum. Holosseum. Yeah. Okay. Holosseum. Holographic fighters. Of different modes to fight to win champ. Fighting consists of punching, kicking. Player 90 seconds in 2 rounds. Yeah, so it was a poor man's Street Fighter 2, but semi 3D. I'd stick with Hologram Time Traveler. So that's an interesting one. Okay, Hook. You know what Hook is. It's the Steven Spielberg thing based around, with Robin Williams, based around Peter Pan. I'm sure y'all have heard of it. It was not an 80s film, but 1991. This is a Super Bit edition. It also is a Super Bit that revealed the flaw of Super Bit, because a lot of times Super Bits, even though they had that fancy-dancy bit rate, and they had DTS audio and whatnot, they often reused existing transfers. Sony didn't create new high-definition transfers for most of them. So you had better bit rate, but you didn't necessarily have a newer master to deal with. So Hook had some dirt on the print. There are some specks and some dirt and whatnot that weren't cleaned off. But again, this is one of those things I keep it because Super Bit. And the truth is, I was never a big fan of Hook. Hook is one of those movies it's got its audience. I need to watch it again. I don't remember Hook enough. I remember when I saw it when I was a little kid, I never really cared for it. Then I picked up the Super Bit Blu-ray because I was a sucker for Super Bit even then, and they were closing them out. At that point, Best Buy had them for like $5 each, I think. Trying to get rid of Super Bit. Yeah, I need to revisit that one, along with something else that's on this page. Okay, Hot Shots and Hot Shots Part 2. It's really a shame these aren't on Blu-ray. Great parody movies from not the same... They're not from the Zucker brothers or the same directors, but it's the same producer that did Airplane, I believe, and whatnot. I really like the Hot Shots movies. Yeah, they're on Blu-ray, I don't think at all. Are they? Let's take a look. Let's take a look. It's in a book. A Reading Rainbow. No, they are not. Completely absent. That's odd. That's really odd. House on Haunted Hill. The William Castle original. This one's Warner Brothers release. It's in a snap case. Reading Rainbow. Yes! Hope I don't get copyright struck just for doing that little bit. So, House on Haunted Hill, I think this one's widescreen. Let me check it. It's got both the open matte widescreen and the widescreen version. House on Haunted Hill, this is the original with Vincent Price. This is not the remake with Liam Neeson. It's a movie that's in public domain. So there are a lot of editions that have been released of it based on the public domain. This is the only official non-public domain release that I am aware of, and it was from Warner Brothers. I do not believe there has been a Blu-ray release, unless it's been a public domain version. Let me check. House on Haunted Hill. Let's take a look. I know that's the remake. 3D. That's based on public domain print where someone's tried to force it to be 3D. Public domain. Riff Tracks one would be public domain. Yeah, Ultimate Horror Club, that'd be public domain. Okay, is it in Vincent Price too? Which is out of print, I'm sure. Yeah, it was in the Vincent Price. That would have been that might have been an official copy of it. Out of print now. Howard the Duck. I do not have Howard the Duck on Blu-ray. I only have it on DVD. This is one that we had a discussion about last time. I desperately need to revisit Howard the Duck, and I might force myself because I know the Blu-ray is cheap. Unless it's changed. Let's find out. Howard the Duck. Okay, there's 4K. Gosh, it's even 4K. Okay, how much are they? Let's take a look. The 4K is $18.42. How much is the Blu-ray? The Blu-ray of Howard the Duck is $10.81, and I know for a fact that I can get this thing for $5.99 at some point. I might just pull the trigger and pick up the Blu-ray of Howard the Duck sometime and to revisit it that way. I remember not liking Howard the Duck, but I need to give it another chance. Not just because of you, Omegs, but because a lot of people seem to swear by Howard the Duck being a true diamond in the rough that's just waiting to be tapped. So $6 duck cheap meal. Yeah, cheap meal too. Don't make me hungry. You know, I'm gonna have to snack tonight. That's it. It's 12:30. I'm gonna have to snack. I am hungry, actually, so I was planning to anyway. Howard the Duck, though, I need to give a second chance to. So I'll mark that down. At some point during one of these back library screens, you're going to be, hell yeah, snack on stream. No, not tonight. I gotta cook the thing. I'm probably gonna cook a TV dinner. Give me the Munch Crunchy. It wouldn't be crunchy, I'm sorry. Snack break as well as hydration break. At some point, probably, you know what? I'll tell you right now, if at any point I do another marathon type thing for a milestone, something along the lines of the where I'm just staying on stream, like the 12 streams of Christmas, but a singular thing, which now I feel like I could probably do. If at any point I'm doing that with a donathon or something, I will probably not as officially part of the donathon, but if we're doing like Zatsu and stuff, I'll probably snack on stream. So you will get your wish eventually, Omegs. Just not tonight. Let me see the next page. It's 12:30. Let's see the next page. How much do I have? Oh, God. Oh, how many pages are there? I don't even know how many pages there are. We're going to stop here. There's too much. This page is going to take too long. So how many pages did we get through tonight? Let's see. Did we start? Nope. We got... Holy crap! We got through 1, 2... Chat, what's wrong with me? Why am I like this? I only got through 3 pages. 3 pages. 4.5 hours. And I got through 3 pages. Three pages, and it's been 4.5 hours. Now, to be fair, I'm going to say the first half hour was a discussion that had nothing to do with any of the back library. The first half hour was a big discussion about changing certain things with my content, including something that Mari's not going to be happy with eventually, changing things with my schedule, and my conversation with Grok, which was an interesting conversation. If you all ever get the chance to talk to Grok, you know, Elon Musk's AI baby, his second AI baby, whatever. Yeah, it's Grok 2, I guess. You know, smart guy. Good ideas, not going with all of it. I mean, there's a couple things where I disagreed with it, and I'm gonna stick to my guns, but definitely helped me rethink things. I'm getting distracted again. I'm going into a tangent, and we don't want that. I personally wouldn't recommend Grok, but do your thing. I'm gonna be honest to you, Supersoft. So I am very leery about the AI stuff, but I asked it, do we go to the back library now? Yeah, let's go ahead. Let's go tangent. Here, we can go ahead and keep having the tangent in here. Let me go ahead and take us back in. So the thing about Grok, and this is one of the strong points of it, because I'm not big on the AI stuff. I like doing my own research. I like coming up with my own stuff. It was able to, just with me asking questions and giving it what my schedule is and what I'm trying to accomplish. It did a good job just sort of basically analyzing the YouTube analytics and pointing me in directions of how many streams I should be doing, and that would, in ways that would work well with its algorithm. And that's something which I have a real trouble with. I've never been good at analytics and things like that. I know certain VTubers who you know, that's their bread and butter. In fact, I can think of one right now who can crunch those numbers like mad. It told me partially what I already knew. It told me something that I was already going in there with a preconceived notion, and it basically confirmed it. It was like a second opinion. The only thing it really did that was a help was it as far as picking time slots. It was good at looking it over and saying, well, these are the current time slots that are really good with your streamers who get high numbers, and if you want to try to get into that without being direct competition so that maybe you can grab additional viewers, you should look at this time. There is analytical AI. I imagine Grok is techno-relative of YouTube analytics. Yeah. So that's what I was... And stuff like that is the type of stuff that I appreciate AI for, because there's some stuff that it's just not my strong suit, and it's a choice of do you get in touch with, do I either drive myself crazy trying to learn this stuff, which is fine, and for certain things, like when it comes to editing software and things like that, I think you should, or should I hire a manager, which I'm not going to do, or just, you know, talk to something like that as a de facto second opinion pseudo manager type thing, and it worked well like that. It worked well like that. So yeah, from that perspective, I liked it. Now, would I be using? Am I going to be using Grok for anything like artwork? Saying, "Hey, Grok, draw my thumbnails for me"? Hell no. And that's actually, and this is as someone I'm saying right now. I'm someone who don't you look at? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I do look at the YouTube analytics directly, but there are some things I can look at the analytics for me, but I can't necessarily get an idea, at least looking at them, as to how that compares to other streamers. Because I can look at other streamers who stream at completely different times, or at times the same as me, and get obviously a very different result. So it was more just getting an opinion of, hey, this is where I'm at, this is what I'm currently doing, how should I in your opinion, how should I tweak it? And some of the ideas it gave me I agreed with, some of them I didn't. Like, one of the things it said had to do with the afternoon streams. It was saying basically, you know, afternoon streams, they don't really cut it. Some people, you're not going to grab too much of an audience with afternoon streams so much as the evening, with the exception of Saturdays. So I guess Saturdays are typically a better time where late afternoon you can grab it. There's a bit of a window there. So that's what I'm looking at. Eventually we're going to be down to, at least in the interim, what I'm looking at is I'm going to be gradually changing my schedule and getting away from the 7 days thing. Because one of the things it pointed out, which I already sort of suspected, was that doing 7 days a week is hurting me with the algorithm more than helping it. Because Saturday afternoon is good for streams, you say. It's early evening is apparently, very early evening, late afternoon is apparently it's sort of a later window where people are still looking to unwind during the weekend, whereas Saturday evenings aren't necessarily good, apparently, from the analytics it was showing me. I don't know if that's necessarily true. Now, I've always thought that that there's potential in afternoons, because I'll tell you right now, one of my favorite, your analytics tell you what time the majority of your subs are on. Yes. Yes, they do. And the problem is, actually, did it show the sub? I'm going to open it up right now. I'm not sure if it showed the subs or if it just shows when the people who are viewing are. Because subs and viewers aren't necessarily... analytics, where is it? Okay, content, audience, okay, audience. Yeah, okay, so what I'm looking here is, it doesn't necessarily show my subs, it just shows when my viewers are, and so what that could be, it doesn't really break it down for me, Omegs. It could be, but yeah, it might just be viewers. So it could be, just, for all I know, it could be just counting you and Shafts and, some of the other people who are regulars or semi-regulars here, like Red and Kimmy occasionally, and even Haunted Mari. Because I look at the times and it's always showing me my viewers being as... It always shows me my viewers being as the time when I'm streaming. Well, obviously my viewers are the time when I'm streaming because that's when I'm streaming. So the YouTube analytics aren't necessarily... in my opinion, unless it's just me and being too stupid to read it right, aren't necessarily telling me everything I want and need to know. Like, one thing it shows me, which I don't know. One thing it shows me with my YouTube analytics, and it's always shown this, is it shows Wednesday as being a bit of a dead zone. It shows, of all the days I stream, it shows a Wednesday of all the days as me getting as the least of my viewers being online. It doesn't count just who is on stream. It counts all the viewers from all videos, shorts, and live streams. Does it? Okay. Well, even when I'm looking at that, if I'm looking at that with my viewers, it shows most of my viewers being as practically when I stream. So like I look at Saturday and it shows most of my viewers being there from, most of them being from 8 o'clock through 10 o'clock. And I stream at 8. And it shows the most of Saturday then remaining though, being 6 o'clock through 1 a.m. But it also shows a darkened area for during the afternoons. And I don't know. I mean, the truth is I'm trying to try different things without trying too many different things that I completely screw myself. So before you start thinking, oh my gosh, he's completely flip-flopping his schedule, I'm going to use those forbidden words. Hear me out. What I'm looking at doing is, for starters, the Monday afternoon stream. I'm not going to do Monday afternoon anymore. I'm looking to do Monday at 8 p.m. Or no, what it was, it suggested because of people just coming, getting home from work. It said Monday at 7 p.m. is a good window, Wednesday at 8, Friday at 8, Saturday at 4 p.m. The Saturday, I don't know about. As far as the Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, that's practically where I'm at. Wednesday and Friday, I already do at 8 p.m. And Monday, 7 p.m. is 1 hour earlier. Okay, I'll try 1 hour earlier and see if that lends a different result than 8 o'clock. If it doesn't, then 8 o'clock is just fine. But that's practically the same. And it was saying, and this is where I disagree. One of the things, and I didn't agree with it on everything. One of the things it said, though, which, and we talked about this earlier, and I'll go over it again, was that streaming 7 days a week, and I kind of thought this, is hurting me more than helping me. Because the problem with streaming 7 days a week is, since I'm always on, people always expect me to be on, and because I'm always expected to be on, which I've billed myself as being always on, people feel like, well, I don't have to watch him now because I can watch him anytime. Whereas if I take a few days out of the mix, it builds it up a little bit more. And it also removes one thing that it was suggesting, which could be true, that I could be losing viewers because of FOMO, fear of missing out. If I'm on 7 days a week, you might have people there are certain people who, well, I can't watch them all the time, so I'd rather not watch at all. That makes sense to me because there have been occasions with that, not with streamers, but there have been things like that in my life with FOMO, yeah. And that makes sense. That does make, you could try changing the days you're online each week. And that's practically, that's mostly what this change of schedule is going to be, because as it is, I'm on Sunday through Saturday. My current schedule is 7 days a week. Because I was sort of the mind of, the more you grind, the more, if you build it, they will come. The more you grind, the more you're on, the more people have an opportunity to watch, the more they're going to watch. And my thought was, the more content you give YouTube likes content. The more I build the content up, the more that works for me. Well, it seems like that's working against me. So I'm gradually doing this. And I want to make that clear. This is gradual. I'm not going to suddenly... Next week isn't just, hey, I'm only on 4 days a week now. No. I'm going to start by taking out the Sunday stream, because the Sunday stream's a killer for me. That's why I've got my side gig that usually leaves me half dead. In fact, some of you don't know it, but there were a couple times early on during the streams that I've done on Sunday, during the You Have to Win the Game and during the Indiana Jones, where I have fallen asleep for about 3 seconds, where I've nodded off and I've quickly just bam, yanked myself out of it. And maybe someone's noticed, maybe they haven't, but it's happened. So the first thing I'm doing is I'm removing that Sunday, because it just pog, not pog for me, Omegs, because at some point my head's gonna slam into the mic, and well, that would be kind of pog. That would that would have made the best short ever. Streamer falls asleep and slams his head into his mic. Now I regret it. Now I regret that not happening, because you can't stage that stuff. Pog. Yeah. So taking out Sunday makes sense. Changing Monday from the afternoons is fine with me. The Wednesday and Friday makes sense, and change it. The Saturday is the time to sleep on stream, Matt. At least let me get monetized first. Give us that nighttime grind. Now, where I disagreed, I'll tell you with Grok, is Grok was originally telling me you should only pay to sleep on stream. Well, I don't mean it that way, but I mean, some of these people who do these subathons and donathons, they then, as they've got their subathon and donathon, they go to sleep on stream because they want to keep it going for 24 hours. I could think of a few. Well, like the one we raided into. We raided into that moth vtuber who was, it wasn't paid to sleep. Paid to sleep, I'm in. Yeah, actually, that does sound amazing. We raided into that one who was asleep during her subathon. It was Sumi. Yeah, Sumi. Who, I've been in her streams a couple times. And I've tried saying hey, and I don't know. Hopefully sometime we can raid in there again when she's awake. Trying to think what. Oh yeah, some of the stuff I disagreed with Grok. We'll talk about this a little bit more. We can kill food more. Elite Turn. I must have missed that stream then. Oh, what when we raided into her asleep? Yeah, that was like when I first practically when I first started doing raids. So that was a few weeks ago. And it was one of the things where the truth is she was asleep. It was a late night stream, and I was hoping, and I know Omegs was hoping it too, and everyone, I think Super Shofts was there too. I kept hoping that raiding in would set off an alert and we'd basically jar her out. Well, I knew she was asleep and I chose to do it anyway because I was thinking, raid in, maybe we'll wake her up. Yeah, you were there. I thought you were there. If she had an alert, it would have been funny. Yeah, and unfortunately YouTube doesn't do alerts for it, because I looked into it for myself for when the only raid I've ever had has been from our friend Rhea Sumira. I've had a couple from Rhea. God bless her. The raid didn't wake her up. Talk about a heavy sleeper. Well, the problem is, how you guys doing? I was lurking and doing some work. Welcome in, Elite. Welcome in. I never even said welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. Doing good. Just discussing a lot of the stuff because earlier on I talked about my conversation with Grok. Yeah, we don't have it. YouTube doesn't have an alert for raids and Streamlabs. I wish there you go. Streamlabs. If you're listening, come up with a raid alert, a redirect alert. You've got them for the super chats. You've got them for donos. You got them for subscribers. Come up with one for redirects, because that's what's needed. And the problem is too, since she wasn't monetized. If she was monetized, I could have done a $2 super chat and just to wakey for the back library raid, something. Exactly, they can do that if YouTube is chill with it. I wonder why YouTube wouldn't be chill with something like that. If they aren't chill with it, I don't know why they wouldn't be. That just seems odd. But I don't understand YouTube, because like I was saying a few minutes ago, I don't understand half of the analytics, which is why I talked to Elon Musk's little AI baby Grok, and we had a nice conversation. So yeah, changing the schedule up. I disagreed with Grok on one thing. Grok was saying I should be streaming just 3 and maybe 4 times a week. I'm not going to just do Geek YouTube just wants us to go to Twitch features. Yeah. KK, yeah, I'm not a big Twitch fan. I like some of the features on Twitch, but I don't like all Twitch. And the problem is YouTube, if anything, YouTube's going to adopt the Twitch features that I don't like. Both have their advantages and disadvantages. Yeah, I feel more at home on YouTube just because of, I like the VOD system. I like the preservation of VODs. Other than, having to download everything myself and save it on a hard drive. Which I should do anyway, because you never know when YouTube's going to decide to kill everything. But yeah, one thing I disagreed with Grok was when it was trying to say just to do 3 times a week and maybe 4. Yeah, Twitch won't save VODs unless, yeah, cache. Yep. And I like something, I don't think people, now granted, don't get me wrong, there aren't a lot of VODs of other people even that I revisit. Sometimes I will, but there aren't a lot of older VODs I go to, but there are some people who like that, because I know there are a few streamers. I know one in particular who I won't mention because she doesn't like to be mentioned, who her audience does go back and revisits her earliest VODs, which I mean, that's awesome to have that sort of an audience that's into that. So yeah, so Grok was saying the 3 or 4 days. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. I'm going to try that, but I'm going to tweak it myself, and I'm going to leave myself open to guerrilla streams on the days that I'm not streaming, or even on days that I am, if I decide to do an afternoon. I mean, I build the idea of afternoon delight streams on my original ad video, so I might still go with that on occasion. But yeah, I am going to, starting next week, we're leaving behind the Sunday streams. From there, I'm going to just slowly, I'm going to cut a new ad video, and I'm going to, I would say, if you want to test new ideas, Twitch is a great option. And see, I was actually, that's something else, Megs. So thank you for bringing this up. You just reminded me. Okay, number one, I don't like Twitch, so I'm not a Twitch viewer, so I don't know. I don't know if I want to go there yet. I know a lot of people do the dual streaming stuff. I'm going to talk about me as a consumer. When it comes to dual streaming stuff, even if they've got, both chats on their window, I find myself not, it won't clog your VODs here on YouTube, and it's more exclusive for people who want to be your core audience. Gotcha. I don't like with streamers who do the dual streaming, Twitch and YouTube simultaneously. I find myself as a viewer not enjoying that as much, because I always wonder, well, which audience is the true core audience? And then I don't know. It just doesn't feel right. Now, on the other hand, there are a few streamers I know who they'll do a couple streams on YouTube and a couple on Twitch. You don't have to dual stream. I mean, just do a stream over there by itself. And yes, and thank you, Omegs. That's what I'm thinking. That's why I was thinking about that last night. I was thinking about once I switch the schedule and that gives me some extra days, I could start using, I could test the waters at Twitch. Oh gosh, I'm not even supposed to say that. I should just say the purple place. I'm probably going to get YouTube's algorithm saying, oh, don't let anyone see this video. He said the T word. I've been thinking, if I was switched to the 3 or 4 days a week of trying to do some stuff over there and just seeing Purple Land. Yeah, of trying to do some Purple Land stuff and just seeing how I felt over there, even though I'm not too big on. And the same goes for the other one, which unfortunately is caught up in politics. There is a green site that starts with an R, which has really tried to make inroads. And from what I understand, for gaming stream, they've been pushing all sorts of crap with zero latency compared to YouTube, and that they should be the hub for gaming. But the problem is, they are, I really want to do, and Kick. Yeah, Kick. I don't know about Kick. The concern of why YouTuber Purple Land audience is given more attention is not a big thing. No, I know that. I get that. And it's not, I don't know what it is. I think what it is, maybe I'm probably phrasing it wrong. I guess what it is when I'm watching a channel and I'm interacting with a chat and there is a second chat going on, I feel like I'm only even though it's not about me, it's about the streamer. But whenever I'm, chiming in, I feel like I'm only interacting with half of an audience. I don't know, and maybe that doesn't make sense. Maybe that doesn't make sense at all, and it's just, typical Madamus retardation. But it's one of those things that I don't know what it is. When it comes to streamers, if they stream one day on Twitch and one day on YouTube, I watch them on YouTube. I usually don't watch the Twitch stuff. Mari's pretty much the only person I go to Twitch for. But when they dual stream, sometimes I'll watch them on YouTube, but a lot of times I'll find myself going to another streamer instead. Might just be you. I look at both of you, and so does everyone else. Yeah. It's just that people don't comment often. Gotcha. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, there is a chat bot that fuses the two chats together. No, I get that. I'm on screen. I get that. But a lot of times I'm not even looking at the chat. Like this one right here, I'm usually, when I'm watching other streamers, I'm usually reading the chat in the normal chat box on YouTube or the Twitch. I don't know. Regardless, I don't know. If I do start doing YouTube and the purple place, I'll probably alternate. No, it's not on screen. It's on physical chat. Really? Okay. All right. I see. I hear you. Okay. Well, we'll see. I don't know. I've always been just adverse to the idea of dual streaming, but I'm not averse to the idea of doing some streams one place and some streams another. I mean, that's almost, when you think about it, that's almost like WWE when they would run Raw on one channel and SmackDown on another, or whatever. But yeah, in any case, schedule's going to change. It's going to be gradual, and I am going to cut a new ad for it. I got to find some way to round out the ads and make it appear that it's the finale of the Hype Train trilogy. So we'll stick the landing with episode 3 or episode 6 in Star Wars terms. The bot will transcribe what a person says here and type it on Twitch or vice versa. Oh, interesting. Okay, that's interesting. That is interesting. Well, we'll see. Again, that's far in the future because I'm still clinging to the rungs and grasping at straws here. But so I'm going to try some of the new schedule stuff. I don't know what it's called, but I'll look it up. I never heard of a bot that does that. I'll look it up. If I get to that point, especially if I get to that point where I'm considering a dual stream. For now, I'm still just I'm just trying to start with making the YouTube work. Before we leave stream, would you or anyone else like? I appreciate shops. I think I'm okay without the hug for now. When I needed the hug was during Lobotomy Corporation, because holy Hannah, that thing is just fried whatever is left in my brain. Yeah, I don't know how many more LobCorp streams I got in me. A few. I might, like I said before, I might have to start winding that down. Just because the more I'm on it, the more I feel like I'm getting lost. Boy, I feel like it's deja vu. I'm having the same conversations I did earlier. That's fine. What else? So yeah, as far as the schedule changes, yeah, the schedule changes are going to be minor. Deja vu all over again. Yes. The schedule changes will be minor, but I will cut a good ad. And the one good thing about the schedule changes is it'll give me more time to do shorts and highlight clips and stuff, which I've been very lax in doing. Because it's been a struggle. The more days I stream, the more I'm trying to do those. Like half of the streams I'm in, if you ever see me as a chatter in Rhea or in Sarah or Astra or anywhere else, there is a chance, whether it's after this stream or it's before any of my streams, chances are I'm working. I'm the whole time I'm grinding stuff out or I'm trying to figure stuff out. A lot of times I'm just thinking, what should I do next? So whether it's been, so these little, yeah. With that, that's the part where I'm probably burning the candle more at both ends than anything else, is just trying to, I'm just a bit overloaded myself with that. And I do need to start doing more clips. And that's going to happen. Okay. How many people we got? Here? I'm not going to look at you, YouTube analytics. Go away. Go away, YouTube analytics. Stop. Okay. We got 5 watching now. 5 watching. Holy Hannah, 5 watching. Hey, you five watchers. Y'all want to do a raid? I mean, it's only dark 100. It's only after 1 a.m. Let's check and see raid time. Let's see who we got. We'll just generic raid message tonight, just because I'm too tired. That'll be the thing too. We'll fine tune as we change the schedule. We will fine tune the raid message. Let's take a look. Okay, we got Uta streaming over on Specialite, Lulabelle, Fumi, you, Kohako, you, okay, that's, Obake Pam, Victoria, alright, you know what? We're gonna go for the full gamut. We have raided into 3, unless I am mistaken, we have raided into 3 of the 4 Specialite Gen 1 members. We have raided into 3 of the 4 Specialite Gen 1 members. What say we go for the full Monty? We're going to raid into Victoria Valerie, who was one of the first streamers I ever started watching with some of these Specialite ads. Message will be back. Library raid. And this is yeah. Let me get a second window opened up with her, just because my messages half the time don't work. Oh, why'd I do that? All right, just a half second here. Let me set up the raid. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, and maybe that's a mistake. I think she's about to finish. Well, no, we're gonna still do it. Hell with it. Hell with it. It's my fault. I yapped too long. Thank you, everyone, for coming tonight. We talked about a lot. We talked about the libraries. If you've been lurking, thank you for lurking. If you've VOD watched, thank you for VOD watch. We thank you for hearing me out on the schedule stuff. Thank you, Omegs. Thank you, Super Shoffs, Elite, Luciano, anyone else who is lurking, anyone who has shown up. We are going to raid into Miss Victoria Valerie of Specialite. Thank you all for coming. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.